Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call to order this work session on the September 14th of 2023. The first item on our agenda this evening is a moment of silence. Our communities have been impacted by some unrest and violence this week, and I want us to take a few minutes to sit in silence with that. Thank you. I'd also like to acknowledge that we have a couple of board members joining us this evening virtually. That includes Board Member Giovanni Lewis and Board Member Alexandra Valladares. Next item on the agenda is the agenda review and approval.
I move approval of the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Umstead and seconded by Board Member Byer and Valladares. Any other discussion? Okay. Then I'd like to take a vote, and we'll start with those who are joining us virtually this evening. Start with Board Member Valladares.
I vote aye. Thank you.
And Board Member Lewis.
This is Giovanni Lewis, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Byer. Chair Umstead.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chavez.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Approved unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the board work session minutes, approval of minutes from June 15th, 2023 first.
I move approval of the meeting minutes.
Second. Okay, moved by Chair Umstead and seconded by Board Member Rogers. We'll take a vote.
I have some discussion.
Yes.
I'd like to offer an update on the June 15th minutes. The MOU with the sheriff's office passed 4-2 instead of 6-0.
Thank you. Do we need to take a vote on the edit or? Okay. And a movement first?
I will accept that edit to the minutes. So my motion, I'll move that we approve the minutes as amended.
Okay. Any second?
Second.
Okay, so there's been a movement that we approve the minutes as amended and a second. So moved by Board Member Umstead, seconded by Board Member Chavez. Any other discussion before we vote? Okay, we'll begin the vote with Board Member Valladares.
This is Alexandra Valladares. I vote aye.
Board Member Lewis.
This is Giovanni Lewis. I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Byer. Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
Ms. Chavez.
Aye.
And I vote aye. That's approved unanimously. The motion passes unanimously. Next item is approval of board work session minutes from August 10th, 2023. Do I have a
Move
motion?
approval of the August 10th, 2023 minutes.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any other discussion? Okay, we will vote. We'll begin with Ms. Valladares
This is Alexandra Valladares. I vote aye.
and Ms. Lewis,
Giovanni Lewis. I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Byer. Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye. That passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. Oh, All right, so before we begin public comment, a quick review of the rules. Please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we're very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion of the speakers. Thank you. Our first speaker is Camila Lamond. Did I pronounce that correctly?
It's Camilla Lamont.
Camila Lamond.
Good
Thank you.
evening, everyone. I am the mother of a Northern High School student. We were very excited and were amongst the first people to enter the building on August 31st when open house was finally scheduled. We had an opportunity to pick up a Chromebook. We visited a classroom and waited in a very long line to learn who her guidance counselor was, just some general information, because we had questions and we were excited. The open house ended abruptly. That's the nicest way that I can say that. School started. There have been some challenges every day. I am here after sending Dr. Mubenga and his executive assistant an email which has been unanswered about when we parents might have another opportunity to visit Northern with our students so that we can learn what wonderful things will be offered in that building, so that we can see the classrooms and the facilities, right? It's a gorgeous building. I pass it every day. I have no idea what's inside of it. On Monday, Northern High School went under a lockdown for about 3 hours. I couldn't even envision where my child might be in that building. I am asking you to find some time to schedule an opportunity for this community to learn about where we are sending our students every day, especially in the midst of a number of crises that I hear about concerning safety of children in this community. I'm happy to re-email you, and I hope to hear from you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Tamara Lynn. Okay. Thank you. Next is Fenton McGonnell.
Good evening. My name is Fenton McGonnell, and I'd like to cede my 3 minutes to Katie McGonnell, next on the list. Thank you.
Thanks, Pops. The key to any sustainable and successful relationship is trust, a 5-letter word, 1-syllable word that means so much. Let me take a second and tap that out for you. Trust. District leadership in this room, appointed committees, and other personnel that drives your decision-making continue to violate my trust in you as a board and as a district. I am a mother of 2 current DPS students, a resident of Durham County, and your employee. I am your ultimate stakeholder. As a resident of Durham County, I was promised that my tax dollars would be funding the creation of a new school building that would open to our students on Monday, August 23rd. It was to provide our young people with state-of-the-art opportunities in the areas of the facility itself, campus security, academic and trade opportunities, and superior athletic facilities. Instead, our young people were provided with not 1, but 2 delayed starts. One, which was unprofessionally and inappropriately placed the responsibility of telling your general public on the administration of Northern High School, where he had to blame the delay on teachers' access to the building due to a single weather event, when the reality was the building wasn't ready, it was not up to code. When the school finally opened, there was 0 state-of-the-art security. There is caution tape still surrounding the unfinished stairwell and the small group space. There is limited access to the academic and trade opportunities because of multiple incompletions to the interior design, and 0 athletic fields. The continued rental of Durham Stadium should not be coming out of my pocket. It should be coming out of yours, not this district's. Your $96 million project should have planned and prepared for construction delays, contracting snafus, and multiple weather events. And when leadership knew there was going to be a delay, you should have publicly announced it to us as your stakeholders. Your presence on Roxborough Road has created a traffic nightmare during arrival and dismissal. Not to mention the traffic brought to a standstill on North Duke Street the morning of August 23rd, when you held your $64,685.36 pep rally at Durham Stadium. That money spent on the event provided nothing to the children you serve in this district, but it certainly did a lot for your image. As a resident of Durham, I no longer trust you with my money or my community. As an employee, my outspokenness regarding the deplorative execution of the Growing Together initiative speaks for itself. You can rebrand it any way you want to, but we will not forget. I honestly believed that you heard us. You came to our school, you looked us in the eye, and you apologized. And then you turned around and did the exact same thing to the School of Creative Studies. In an instant, with no notice, you ripped apart their community, a community that has existed long before these were your seats. I trusted you not to make the same mistake again, and you did. Your employees are people. We go to work every day and we build strong, vivacious communities, and we give it our all. And yet when it comes to massive dissertations, you treat us like pawns on your chessboard. You required my attendance at your 1-hour convocation that cost me nearly 4 precious professional hours. Your continued detachment and lack of awareness of what it takes and what I need to successfully teach in this district is appalling. I am standing here alone tonight because I am representing myself, but the troops, they are coming. We are done taking on more for less. As an employee, I do not trust you. As a parent, I promised my children I would not get emotional here tonight. I will simply say, as a mother, I do no longer trust you to do what is best for my children. As angry and as disappointed as I am with this district, I am more disappointed in myself. I was offered the opportunity to remove my children and myself from your narrative, but I didn't, because I trusted you. I trusted each one of you. John Maxwell stated in his work, The 21 Laws of Leadership, trust is the foundation of leadership. Without trust, a leader's influence becomes hollow and ineffective. If district leadership would no longer like to be hollow and ineffective, then please listen to the two most influential words spoken by the greatest football coach who ever lived, Coach Irk Russell. He said, "Do right."
That concludes our public comment. We have a list of consent items on our agenda this evening, A through F. Our consent items have been vetted by school board members. We've thoroughly reviewed all documents before the meeting and asked our questions. Board members?
Move approval of the consent agenda, items A through F.
Second?
It's been moved by Board Member Byer and seconded by Board Member Rogers. Any other discussion? All right, we'll do our voice vote. We'll begin with Ms. Valladares.
Hi, this is Alexandra Valladares, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Ms. Lewis?
Javanya Lewis, I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Umstead?
Aye.
Chavez?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Passes 6-0. Next, we have our Board of Education items. Our first is a DPS Foundation update.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well through my mask. Board Chair Umstead, Vice Chair Chavez, Board of Education members, as well as Dr. Mabanga. We are excited to share the DPS Foundation's annual update to the board, highlighting our work from the past year and our upcoming school year priorities. I'm Brianna Kennedy, Chief of Programs, and I'm joined tonight by Matt Sears, who is our Chief of Partnerships, as well as Erica Wilkins, who is our Executive Director, joining us on Zoom. Next slide, please. For those unfamiliar, our mission at the foundation is to catalyze big ideas and foster engagement that will accelerate transformation of DPS and ensure equity for every student. This fall marks our 5-year anniversary. Our role is to accelerate transformation. As we know, DPS in our community is already consistently making strides in meeting the needs of every student, as demonstrated by our latest academic data. To meet our mission, DPSF champions public schools and ensure Durham understands the importance of investing in DPS and sending children to DPS schools to ensure our community thrives. We launch innovative solutions brought to us from community members and work alongside the district to scale best practices and ensure the work is sustainable. We increase community giving to support DPS and ensure those resources are distributed equitably. We convene community organizations to support our schools and link them directly to DPS. Lastly, we listen and advocate for solutions to support needs across the district. Next slide. We are led by our executive team who's here today, and are supported by a team of 6 full-time staff, 3 part-time staff to support our core work, while also holding 5 positions to support our community schools and whole schools work. We are able to accomplish our goals by tapping into our large volunteer database of about 2,400 folks. Next slide. Our listening and community engagement has lifted up key strategies and programs to ensure we are working towards equity for every student. We believe in building leadership across the DPS community, specifically amongst marginalized community members, and champion equity through our programs like our Youth Advisory Council, Teacher Leadership Academy, Principal Leadership Fellowship, and our parent organizing programming. We provide funds and resources directly to students, educators, and families through our school-level grants, emergency relief funding, college scholarships, our school enrollment, and workforce development work. We connect partners and host events like Evening to Shine and DPS Fest to champion our schools. And we foster innovation through community-driven solutions like community schools and whole schools. Next slide. Over the past 5 years, we've leaned into supporting students, educators, and parents through our fundraising and giving. This year, we are proud to say we've awarded $1 million directly to DPS schools through our grants program. Programs such as this allows teams made up of students, educators, and parents to dream big about ways they'd like to transform their schools. And it also allows us to be in close community to learn from the day-to-day experiences. Our ability to be nimble in the way we raise and award funds provides us with the opportunity to create very rich partnerships with our public schools and act as an incubator for great ideas. Next slide. A few highlights from the past school year that I'd like to brag about a bit include the launching of a cohort model for our public school grantees. Our team will continue this model, where grantees are able to work alongside each other to share best practices and challenges to their projects, as well as get connected with resources and partners who can help sustain their work. We understand that learning happens best in community with others and are excited to provide this opportunity for the next cohort. We also launched our Whole Schools movement, which includes grants targeted towards student and educator mental health and well-being. We also hosted multiple community education opportunities to reduce the stigma around mental health and have welcomed a cadre of DPS educators who will act as mental health ambassadors within our schools. To champion equity, we proudly partner with principals, teachers, and parents to learn about needs at the school level and provide training on how these three groups can advocate for our schools. We wrapped up our first cohort of the Teacher Leadership Academy, which taught us a lot about systemic issues impacting the daily work of our teachers. We are currently accepting applications for the next cohort, and those selected will have access to great professional development and training, as well as a $2,000 stipend for their 2-year commitment. If you have any questions and you're a DPS educator, you can email me for that application. Lastly, I'd like to highlight our convening work. As a facilitator with Durham's Academic Success Alliance, I'm excited about the programs we've hosted this last school year to connect DPS students and families directly with experts to help them complete the FAFSA, as well as understand their college award letters. You can expect to see this group pushing into our high schools with volunteers and experts to help even more of our families with the necessary exposure, knowledge, and support in order to transition to college. The Academic Success Alliance is a collective of local partners that include the Foundation, the Emily K Center, Student U, Durham Tech, DPS, A+ Test Prep, Duke College Advising Corps, and Durham Children's Initiative. Next slide. Our priorities this year are threefold: strengthen our core programming, champion public schools at home and across the state, and build the Whole Schools movement. To further our mission toward transformative schools, we'll be strengthening our programming by focusing on programmatic alignment, as well as collaborating among the team to deepen our learning. At the Foundation, we believe in the importance of our public schools, and for me, I believe them to be a sacred public good. The current inaction by our General Assembly to pass a fair budget and, more importantly, fulfill their duties as ordered under the Leandro case has many lasting effects. Through our enrollment work, we will expand our engagement efforts with potential and current families to encourage enrollment in DPS, and we'll also be working with the business community to take up the mantle in publicly championing our public schools. As we codify this model, we are also preparing to share what we learn across the state with other local education foundations. The Whole Schools movement requires support and capacity in order to be truly innovative and transformative within DPS. As students and educators continue to express concerns about their mental health, we hope that our work will provide our community with a sustainable model that ensures learning and success can happen for the whole student and the whole educator. Over the next few slides, we'll be highlighting 4 of our many programs, and we'll be able to answer questions about those during the Q&A. Next slide. Our school level grants provide us with a great insight into school needs, the leaders within each building, and the dreams and wisdom that walk the halls and the carpool lines across the district. Applications for this school year's cycle closed on September 1st, and a team of volunteers and staff have reviewed 157 applications from 47 schools, a record for the foundation. We are currently reviewing the grants and plan to award grantees this month. Next slide.
Good evening, board members. It's great to be here tonight. As the new guy to the team, I get one slide, and then I'll pass it off to our executive director. They went easy on me. Matt Sears, Chief of Partnerships of the foundation. And while I will talk about how we're championing DPS and supporting enrollment, next year, I'm happy to say there'll be a second slide around workforce development. We are beginning that work, and I'm proud of the work that Dr. Pack and I have done together to get that started this year, but more on that next cycle. Very excited to be talking about the enrollment work we're doing here around town, and am very impressed by the foundation's commitment so quickly. In 6 months, we've invested over $430,000 towards this effort. But before I get to that, let me talk about strategy. The foundation is looking at increasing and maintaining our enrollment over a 3-year cycle. And those bullets are up there, 1, 2, 3. In the first couple of years, especially with the transitions that we're growing together, we really want to focus on keeping the students we have. Up to 1,000 students, possibly 1,000 families impacted by growing together transitions. We want every single one of them to either make that transition or find a successful placement within the new regions. Second, we always know young families with young children are looking to DPS as a possible option. We're trying to make efforts to break down some of the traditional barriers to make it easier for them to choose DPS. And a third focus area for us that's going to come up in year 3 is to attract back families that have not chosen DPS and to become expert in those enrollment trends. Big goal for us. And we're very proud to say that we're doing this in partnership, not only with the Office of Public Affairs. Sheena Cooper has been fantastic to work with, but also Matthew Palmer on the operations and transportation side. So I'll quickly highlight the investments and actions that we've taken so far, and they will be hard to avoid for all of us in the near future. Not only have we made a very substantial investment, but we've begun storytelling through video capture and story capture across the community. 6 elementary schools are going to have really strong showcase videos to help with the transition. Another 10 elementary schools are getting support for us to create special events to welcome families that may want to transition or families that want to enroll their students upcoming. Next weekend, you're going to start seeing yard signs across Durham alerting the Delta communities, the communities that are going to expect change. The change is coming, and we're going to ask them to sign up with the foundation so that we can be brokers of information for them and in partnership with the district. We knocked over 2,500 doors this summer, again, to alert them of changes coming, to let them know we could be a partner for them with information. And then you may have seen our digital advertising that's been out on the web and has been very successful at reaching our families. Finally, and that last bullet is a little bit covered up by the translation here. We're also going to be targeting traditional opt-out schools. They are on our list of support schools. So we have a couple that the neighborhoods simply have not wrapped their arms around. And that's a mission of our work here at the foundation. So with that, I'm going to transition it to our executive director, Erica Wilkins, who is with us online.
Thank you, Matt. And thank you for sharing about our enrollment work. Good evening, Board of Education and Dr. Mbenga. We appreciate the opportunity to share our work over the last 5 years and specifically where we're going this year. Brianna lifted up examples of our school-wide transformation work, including community schools and whole schools, and I'll speak to both briefly. Next slide, please. Our community schools work currently supports 3 elementary schools across DPS, Lakewood, Fayetteville Street, and Club Boulevard Elementaries. This is a school transformation model that really emphasizes shared leadership amongst administration, teachers, school staff, parents, and students to identify the needs and together co-create solutions through a continuous improvement model. And very key here, leveraging wraparound supports and community partners to meet each school's needs. Funding for this model provides each school with a community schools coordinator, a parent organizer, a family resource center, and professional development to leverage the model with integrity at all 3 schools. This fall, the board will be receiving an impact report detailing the goals elevated from each school's listening project in the last 2 years, the solutions identified for each, the community partners that were organized to support each goal, and the impact of those solutions. An example of this is at Lakewood, where in the May 2022 listening project, which uncovered social emotional learning support as a high priority for students and parents. Together, they planned a series of interventions, including implementing zones of regulation, a 30-minute SEL block adding the 30-minute SEL block into the specials rotation last year, hosting social emotional learning events for families throughout the school year. And this year, building upon that as they expand the use of the zones of regulation resources for restorative practices and leveraging community partners to host after-school sessions each day of the week geared towards social emotional learning. And we will again share that impact report to provide detailed information about each school this fall. I can share though now that the steering committee is really charged this year with ensuring that we are making that data as accessible as possible across the community and telling the stories of community schools across Durham. We're going to be increasing support for our community schools coordinators and our parent organizers. We're going to be launching our collective impact committee, which is a group of key stakeholders at the county level and the city that are able to mobilize resources really quickly to address urgent needs and also long-term needs at each of our schools. And we're really also focusing on building a pipeline for future community schools. So more is coming in the fall with that report, and we look forward to presenting that to the board as well. Next slide, please. We are in year 2 of our whole schools work, which is a partnership between the foundation, DPS, and Duke Health. This has been very organic work, and through the work with teachers across DPS and students and parents, we identified really 4 pillars of this work. Our Whole Schools Fund, which will award about $100,000 in wellness-centered grants next week, which is a reflection of an influx of requests across the district to support students and staff mental health and well-being needs. So while we are thrilled that folks are thinking about this and are leveraging this fund to best, as Brianna said, dream big and think about how they can support not only students, but staff around their well-being needs. Our next pillar is our model schools for supporting wellness, and those are Southern and Neal, which is a collaboration with the Student Support Services team and our community partners, really to destigmatize mental health and pour more resources into those schools, including redesigning the Southern Clinic to become a more trauma-informed space and supporting the full school community to support themselves and each other. Our third component is the Mental Health Ambassadors Program, which is a peer-to-peer support program. It has launched for educators. We'll be doing an even more public launch in a couple of weeks across 14 schools. And this program will be expanding to student ambassadors this fall, and then community ambassadors in the spring. And then the final piece of the Whole Schools movement is our community education series, which is comprised of our mental health retreats. And we'll have a mental health weekend summit next spring in April. We are launching our evaluation of this work with some key community partners, and we will be really comparing key data, including Panorama's SEL data and mental health referrals, and comparing that to the schools that we're working closely with and those across the district to learn about best practices and how we can scale those across the district in the future. That's a very high level overview of 4 of our programs. And again, as Brianna said, we have quite a few more. I'm going to share some more about our financials and then open it up to answer any questions you may have about our programming or our foundation and the direction overall. Next slide, please. Our work is sustained through a diverse portfolio of fundraising that has really allowed our team to build core programming while making sure we're able to respond to crisis needs in our community. So this chart really demonstrates our revenue over the past 5 years. You can observe times where we have prioritized fundraising for crisis response, so including COVID-specific related needs are the majority of them, like our Accelerating Digital Equity campaign, our Outdoor Learning campaign, and now our Whole Schools campaign. You can see the growth over time with last year's revenue settling around 1.7 million. As a pretty even split, almost even split between our core programming and our Whole Schools program. Our goal this year is to raise and grow our annual fund in order specifically to provide more money towards our school level grants, since the interest continues to increase, while also making sure we're able to maintain our Whole Schools work with the goal of raising around $800,000 for that. Next slide. Here is a closer look at our revenue and our sources from the last fiscal year. You'll also see this in our annual report that's coming out next month. We do strive to have a diverse fundraising portfolio to ensure sustainability. The majority of our fundraising does come from small and large dollar donations from community members across Durham, which is something we really want to keep, as well as local and national grants, then our business community, county grants, and then we leverage Durham's faith community as well to support this work. 81% of our revenue supports our programs, which is broken up more into this slide. You will notice that if you've seen our financials in previous years, a very new addition is what Matt spoke to, the DPS enrollment, which we will continue to invest in this year. The rest of our expenses support our fundraising costs and our business management. And so we are going to continue to work towards meeting our fundraising goals, but also have what is now a relatively small reserves that we are going to lean on to ensure that we're meeting the goals that we set for our community this year. I'm happy to answer any questions about our finances as well. Next slide. So wrapping up, as Brianna said earlier, this work is larger than our team. It really is a reflection of the community coming together to support our schools. And we know that we can't waste time. The time is now to really pour into DPS. That concludes our presentation. We'd love to open it up for any questions.
Thank you so much for taking the time to come here this evening to provide these updates to us. I personally am very excited about many aspects of what y'all are working on, additional support for mental health in our schools, including an evaluation component to see what's working really well and what's not, the work towards enrollment, or help supporting us with enrollment and grants going directly to schools, supporting the community schools model, among others. So thanks so much. I'd like to open the floor now, see if my colleagues have any questions or comments for y'all. Any of our colleagues online, joining us online, have any questions or
Yes.
comments?
Yes, it's Javanya Lewis. Thank you so much for this presentation. I would like to commend your continued service to DPS and all the fabulous work you're doing. This presentation was answering my questions along the way. So really good job in putting the presentation together to get ahead of the questions that would come your way. So thank you so much. You're doing a wonderful job. I would like to know, how can our schools or organizations apply to funding, is it an open application or is it only a certain time period like the fall ones that you had?
Thank you for that question. So our grant cycle has changed from times before. School level grants, that includes our innovation grants as well as those directly for our Whole Schools campaign. The cycle opened this year in June and closed September 1. And our plan currently, unless we hear feedback from our community, is to keep that cycle that way so that our educators, parents, and students will have that time toward the end of the school year to think about what projects they want to see for the next school year.
And what about other organizations? I know you had mentioned a few organizations that had funding as well.
So we do have, or in this past year, we did have a few one-off cycle grant requests that came from organizations. But our goal is to make sure that those organizations are working directly with our schools to make sure that whatever curriculum, whatever project, whatever it is that needs to be built is built with those within our schools.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I think my last question is, of the 154 applicants, do you happen to have a way of listing their needs, categorizing by needs, that what was most requested, what were some things that were most funded, to even the amount that was asked from the 154, the total amount, so we can even just hear from, so that the board can hear what our schools are saying their financial needs are in relation to what the quality and the quantity is what I'm asking for. Do y'all have that data collected, and can you share that with us?
We have that data collected. It has not been analyzed as of yet. Like I mentioned, the applications just closed on the 1st, but our teammate who's over our grants program that is prioritized on her list. Within the impact report that I passed out this evening, you will see a chart of schools up until this past cycle who have been awarded funds. And we also compared it to the amount of students who are on free and reduced price lunch so that you can understand, like, here's the need of the school and here's where the requests have come and the total amount that has been received or awarded, excuse me, from the foundation to those individual schools. But yes, we do plan on analyzing that data to know what are the common themes and the amounts, as well as connecting those schools that might not be awarded with our partners that we've already made connections with. And we'll definitely share that with you all.
No, thank you. I do know that you all have a very equitable process in the way that you all do your grant making and allowances, and I appreciate that. My question really was more about the concern of what are the themes of asks that are being made and the total amount that was asked, that can be shared with us. And did you say you all could share that with us?
Yes, my teammate has not had the capacity to analyze it just yet.
Understood.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you so much. That's it for my questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Yes.
Thank you all for this presentation and for the impact report. I think it's I'm getting a little feedback, sorry. Really important for us to have this information and appreciate your partnership. I am curious, I would turn yours off. In the cohort model that you implemented this year, what have you all seen, or what are schools learning from each other from that opportunity to talk? I saw in the impact report, it's like, we want more of that, but what kind of have been learned from the cohort model of the grantees?
For sure. I think one of the biggest learnings is the importance of student voice within decision-making, as well as doing some really targeted outreach to parents and caregivers. We've had a number of programs or projects that required lots of hands-on, lots of planning. And as a former teacher, I know how much it takes to actually get just to one event, right? But within many of our projects that were awarded in this last cycle, there was a piece of the student voice that was missing. Taylor Outler, who's our grants manager, is doing a great job of leaning into community from this past cohort and wanting to make sure to take those learnings into this cycle.
Any other comment or questions?
We've got one more question. Are you also tracking to apply for the.
Can you repeat the question?
You-
Oh,
the other two board.
yes, for sure. So the question was, are we tracking grantees from year to year just to ensure equity within the full process? The cohort model just started this past school year. Just a point of clarification, are you asking about just any person who, any school has received a grant, if we're tracking the amount or the project type itself? Oh, okay. Yes, so this past year, our team sat and analyzed that data and did targeted outreach to those schools. We actually showed up at a couple of staff meetings over the summer to make sure of that. I don't have the final number on if we hit all 50 some odd of them, but knowing that we have 47 applications, there are some that are missing. I'm just not sure if those schools are the ones that we wanted to target this year. Mhm.
Any other questions? So I just wanted to start with gratitude for you all and coming here to celebrate 5 years in Durham, right? Some of us have been here long enough. Dr. Pittman, I'm looking at you. We remember when there wasn't a DPS foundation, and to know what the foundation has been able to do in a very short period of time, what an incredible board of community leaders you have brought together to inform the work and guide it. I think Dr. Mabenga might have called it one of his dreams or his baby or something when we had a party, because it does work in a way that you all can support our educators and support the innovation and drive that within the community in ways that the district cannot. So we want to just celebrate that birthday and look forward, vision casting with you all alongside you as we go forward. Some of the things I get most excited about are the whole school's work, like really helping address the significant mental health needs that our students and staff have still coming out of pandemic. Community schools. I would love a convening of, Dr. Mabenga and some of his cabinet to just dream what community schools could look like in this community. I'm sorry, Mr. Kaysen isn't here to bring that tonight, but I would love just future conversations, not just on enrollment, which is so important, Mr. Sears, and I'm so glad you highlighted how well public affairs and Mr. Palmer are working with you all to really go into uncharted work. But I would love us to continue to make sure that we're having regular communication with district leadership to really accelerate the work and communicate what is working and what we need to accelerate across all schools, as you all are seeing that coming up through grant request and other ways. So I don't know if there were questions in there, but just vision, right? Shared vision that we have with the foundation that I look forward to kind of continuing to accelerate and celebrate what we've done so far and where we could go. Thank you.
Just one quick question. Thank you for the work. I think you guys were in the process of applying for a grant, for community school grant in partnership with Duke. I just want to hear updates on that.
I can jump in here. Yes, we are. Oh, sorry, Matt. We are in the process of applying for a grant with Duke, and actually it's a statewide coalition that has gathered to apply for that grant, including that would allow for us to expand community schools in the Asheville area, for us to add an additional at least 2 schools in Durham, as well as expand to additional counties in Central North Carolina, and then expand to adding schools on the East Coast of North Carolina. We'll hear in December about that grant. It does seem promising. This is our second time applying for that grant. We have support from DPI, as well as the NC Public School Forum to really drive that work. And Durham would really be, as well as Asheville, would be on the forefront of building out that model across the state.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much for this presentation today and for answering our questions. We appreciate it. Hope to see you all again soon. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Central Carolina Teaching Initiative Wake Durham MOU. And this is on the agenda for action this evening, it looks like. Okay. We are going to come back to this in a minute, and we are going to return now to public comment. Because of our different meeting location this evening, we had some confusion, it sounds like. So I'm just going to briefly read through the public comment rules once again, and then I'll call the speaker up. So quick review of the rules. Please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. So our next speaker this evening is Carolyn Sanders. Can come to the podium, please.
Good evening, everyone. It's another amazing day in paradise. My name is Carolyn Sanders. I tell everyone my superhero name is Mama Kai because I found my superpowers being the mom of a young Black male superhero. We actually have just gotten a co-working membership at Durham Bottling Company. I have been doing some work in Raleigh. I actually serve on the Raleigh Wake Joint Homelessness Task Force, and my passion is brain development, nervous system regulation, trauma, and nutrition, and how all those four intersect. We currently have over approximately 6,500 students in Wake County who are unhoused, and they are, we just had a meeting today, and there's a potential that that task force is going on pause because of the nature of our collaborative applicant and our COC. And so I just decided I would come out here because I know that homelessness is a big issue. I know that when students don't have a home and they don't have stability, that there is a harder chance of success, that they are potentially on the road to adult mental illness because of the correlation between childhood trauma and adult mental illness, as well as in the pipeline to prison, especially if they are experiencing violent incidences. And so I've just come to see what was going on here, to introduce myself to the community about what I'm working on, and spreading myself out to let people know that there are solutions out there, that I'm looking to partner with community members, other businesses and organizations. We are actually, I'm leading an initiative at Durham Bottling Company to start a community garden because they have a rooftop area, and they also have a nice patio in the back. And so that's something that I just spoke with the owner last week. And so in any way that we can support the community in getting more nutrition into our youth and into our parents especially, I'm a firm believer as a mom that if we say we believe and we support our students, then we need to support the parents in a way that helps them to succeed and not just move them from one level of poverty to another, but actually move them from poverty to prosperity so they can lead their children into the future with the same mindset. And so I'm very interested in just being a part and listening and learning. I have connections kind of a little bit everywhere. I have been in contact with Board Member Lewis actually earlier this week, and she introduced me to Ebony Ross. And so I'm looking forward to connecting and just finding out what y'all are doing. And so I just wanted to come and introduce myself, take any questions, and continue to be a part of making the world better, especially for our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is the Central Carolina Teaching Initiative, Wake Durham MOU. And this is on the agenda for action this evening.
Move approval of the Wake Durham, I'm sorry. Okay. Move approval of the Wake Durham MOU.
Second.
Been moved by Board Member Rogers, seconded by Board Member Byer. Is there any discussion? Okay, Dr. Lassane?
Okay, just for the benefit of some of our board members who may not have been on board, our Central Carolina Teaching Initiative partnership with Wake County is what supports our non-traditional licensure teachers in going through the process. I would like to also note it is essential for some of the teachers that are H-1B sponsored that have additional licensure requirements. So we are entering our second year in this partnership with Wake County, and we have found it to be tremendously beneficial for ensuring that our candidates get fully licensed. And so we thank the board for this support and the willingness to continue this partnership with Wake County Public Schools.
If I may add a few more things. This was an initiative that started with our Central RISA. We had all pretty much the district involved. That particular year, the first year, DPS, we had about 25 teachers that went through the program. So we got to a point where other districts, they did not have enough candidates. It was just Durham and Wake. So now Wake and Durham decided, say, we need to continue this partnership because this is the only route as an alternative way to get our folks licensed.
And I would add, it's the most economical for our teachers. This is their most economical option for going through residency and as an option, the cost associated with the option. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion, questions, comments from board members? Any from those joining us virtually this evening?
No, I just want to thank Dr. Lassane and Dr. Mabenga for that discussion point. So I'm ready to vote.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
Sorry, we were just saying that we discussed it in committee recently, and so we forgot that everybody else hadn't heard it already. So we're just excited about it. Thank y'all.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote then. Okay, and we will begin with those that are here with us virtually this evening. Again, with roll call vote. Board Member Valladares?
Yes. Right.
You're cutting out a little bit. Could you repeat that, please? Okay.
This is Alexandra Valladares. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, this is Alexandra Valladares and I vote aye.
Thank you so much. Board Member Lewis?
This is Javonia Lewis and I vote aye.
Thank you. Board Member Rogers?
Aye.
Board Member Byer?
Aye.
Chair Umstead?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chavez?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Passes unanimously. Okay. The next item on the agenda is purchasing and construction thresholds.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Mabanga, community members. This is brought before the board. We're bringing several policies for a second reading, and we are requesting approval. Just for some history, if you recall, last year, the administration brought to the board several purchasing policies and contractual policies requesting an increase from 90,000 to 300,000 as the initial purchasing threshold. The board approved that, and then on additional consideration and conversation with Mr. Lesueur and some other members of the leadership team, we just weren't comfortable with that jump from 90 to 300,000. And then administration brought back to the board a request to reduce from 300 to 200,000. Included in those policies last year was the requirement that administration bring back for the board's review every year these thresholds for the board to consider. And also included in that is if there is a change in the superintendent or the CFO, even if it isn't at the end of the year, that these policies are to be brought back for the board's consideration for what is approved and allowed to be done without this board's review and approval. As part of that process, Mr. Lesueur and I have worked together and on these policies, and we brought back to the board for your consideration it was last month, these additional amounts. And after much conversation, the board requested, well, administration recommended that those amounts be reduced from 200,000 to 150,000 and from 500,000 for construction and capital to 400,000. And I have made those edits in the policy drafts that you have before you in policies 6420, 6430, 6450, 9030, 9110, and 9120. The second part of this presentation, board members, you have not seen before. And I wanted to make sure that we have that conversation and that it's clear that this is the first time that I'm bringing it to you. As you are aware, Durham is in the midst of much construction. And Rod Malone, the board's attorney sitting next to me, is the premier construction attorney in North Carolina. And he's too humble to admit that, but it is true. And as we were looking through all of these multiple contracts that our building services team has done, we noted that policy 9120 had not been updated or amended since 2016. And as part of that, Mr. Malone recommended that we add the language in the PRACES dispute resolution process. That's statutorily required. And so we are asking the board to somewhat waive second reading on this dispute resolution piece since you hadn't seen it before. And if Mr. Malone wants to weigh in, or if you have any questions, either one of us are happy to answer them. So all of these policies are before the board, again, on second reading-ish on the dispute resolution piece, but we are asking for approval of these so that our staff will know what those thresholds are going forward in the school year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to open it up to discussion. Yes, Board Member Byer.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Giovanni, and thank you, Mr. Malone, for those updates. I wanted to share some thoughts this evening. At our August 24th board meeting, we discussed revising purchasing and construction thresholds and changes needed within 6 existing board policies. During that lengthy discussion, I made a statement which contrasted 2 consultant service vendors, one with 9 purchase orders totaling over $100,000 and the other with 13 purchase orders totaling over $218,000. The purpose of my comparison was in no way intended to put forward that M&M Education Group had too much work with the school system or that they should do less work for the school system. I only intended to draw a comparison between 2 school system vendors in a larger conversation regarding the dollar thresholds for the superintendent's contracting authority. To be clear, M&M Education Group is a beloved Durham-based Black women-led small business and an important partner in serving Durham students and the greater community. It is important to me that our principals are empowered to select community partners for the students they serve. As you all know, our board and I together consistently work to increase MWBE participation and support local businesses. I apologize to M&M Education Group if my comparison suggested otherwise. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from board members? Yes. Ms. Chavez.
Thank you for bringing these policies back to the board. And I had a question about the new section, the dispute resolution process. If you could just share with us exactly what it means for the board to be a party to the dispute and the board paying at least 1/3 of the cost. That gotta ask about that. What budget does that
Sure.
come out of?
Well, it would theoretically come out of the individual construction project budget typically. The statute requires the board to pay 1/3 of the amount, so we didn't just pick that out of the air. And basically, these are all contracts in which the board would have entered into an agreement like, I won't say Northern, but one of your construction contracts, and, well, you would certainly be a party to the contract. And the idea of it being 1/3 is that the statute kind of contemplates that it would be the owner, the architect, and the contractor potentially in a dispute. Most of the disputes actually end up being two parties and you end up splitting it half. This is what happens anyway. It's just that the statute requires you to have this policy. When we were doing the construction management at risk contracts for the recent projects that you entered into, when we went to grab this policy to include it in the bid, in their materials, we realized that it didn't exist. So this is to correct that so that this language can then be cut and pasted into the construction contracts that you just entered into for those, the current projects that are in design.
Thank you for explaining that. That's great that we're getting up to code as we should. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, discussion? We've been wrestling with this for a while, so unless others have discussion, I would be ready to move approval of policy 6420, 6430, 6450, 9030, 9110, 9120, and waive second reading of 9120 as presented.
Second.
Okay. Okay, motion from Board Member Byer and seconded by Board Member Lewis. Any other discussion? Okay, we can go ahead and vote then. Board Member Valladares,
Yes, this is Alexandra Valladares and I vote aye.
Board Member Lewis,
This is Javonia Lewis and I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers,
Aye.
Board Member Byer. Aye. Chair Umstead. Vice Chair Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the District Title I Plan 2023-2024.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you Title I District Plan for 23-24. I am joined by Dr. Danner, and he will lead this, he'll drive this presentation, and afterwards we will seek approval of the 23-24 Title I District Plan.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Good evening, Dr. Mabinga and board members. Next slide, please. Next slide. The district's Title I plan is aligned to build on our future strategic priority 1, foster academic excellence, goal 1A by 2028, 90% of DPS students in schools will meet or exceed standards for year-to-year academic growth as measured by the state model. Next slide, please. The plan also aligns with priority 4, cultivate meaningful and authentic community engagement. Goal 4B, by spring 2024, DPS will develop and implement tools to listen and determine family needs. By 2024, DPS will use these findings to support schools in designing effective, meaningful family engagement programming. By 2026, 100% of schools will implement and evaluate such programming. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, as reauthorized by the Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015, provides funding to public school units, local education agencies with high percentages of children from low-income families to support all children in meeting challenging state academic standards. The goal of Title I is to ensure economically disadvantaged children receive a fair, equitable, and high-quality education by closing the achievement gap. Next slide, please. The district prioritizes Title I funding in the following categories: professional learning, supplemental instructional resources, instructional coaching such as teaching and learning coaches, class size reduction, and family engagement. Next slide, please. The Comprehensive School Improvement Planning Cycle is used to support schools with school improvement planning. Before the end of each academic year, school improvement teams in Title I schools complete a comprehensive needs assessment to develop their school improvement plan and align their school level Title I funding. The plan is monitored by the district improvement team and the Office of Federal Programs to ensure schools meet their goals for the year. Next slide, please. To determine school allocations, the following data were used in accordance with federal guidance: Community Eligibility Provisions, CEP, April 2023 report, Free Reduced Lunch Report, October 31st, 2022, Membership Month 2 Report, 2022. School allocations support the instructional program and the required set aside for parent-family engagement as required by the Every Student Succeeds Act. Next slide, please. Research indicates early intervention narrows the learning gap. Title I funds are prioritized in 35 Title I schools, 28 elementary and 7 middle to provide supplemental instruction and support literacy and math achievement. Mangum Elementary is the newest Title I school. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. It's going to be very difficult for you to see these numbers. The planning allotment for the 23-24 school year is $12,516,837, a difference of $106,633 from the 22-23 school year. Private schools are eligible to receive Title I funding in accordance with the Every Student Succeeds Act. Private schools requesting Title I funding receive an equitable services proportional share based on the estimated per pupil allotment of $882.87. A total of $48,557.79 will support approximately 55 low-income students in the private school setting. Once the private school share is determined, the remaining amount of $12,486,279.21 is planned. The district set aside includes parent-family engagement funds to support schools with offering meaningful family engagement programs, $124,682.79. Homeless students and youth funds are used to support the needs of homeless students, $210,000. Administrative support includes salaries of Title I personnel and direct and indirect cost, $1,370,791.48. School improvement intervention. District funds are used to support schools identified as targeted support and improvement schools with supplemental resources to increase subgroup achievement, $160,000. Early childhood funding, which supports approximately 23 Title I pre-kindergarten classrooms, including salaries for teachers, instructional assistants, and summer learning, $2,430,000. Coordinated services, district instructional initiative funds include salaries for 33 literacy and math coaches, foster care transportation to support services as requested, $3,508,000. The total district set aside is $7,803,477.27, The total remaining Title I allocation, including carryover funds, $2,325,111.06 is available for schools. This total amount is $6,989,916. 70.15 full-time teaching positions are supplemented through Title I funding, a difference of 21.35 full-time positions from last school year. The total number of low-income, next slide, please. Thank you. The total number of low-income students in the district is 20,846. Next slide, please. The total available amount to schools is $6,989,916. This amount divided by the total number of low-income students, 20,846 in the district, generates the minimum per pupil amount of $335.31. These funds are then distributed to schools by poverty rank order and bands using the following per pupil allocation. Band 1, $575, 11 schools, 100% low income. Band 2, $547, 7 schools, 99% to 90% low income students. Band 3, $519, 4 schools, 89 to 80% low income students. Band 4, $491, 1 school, 79% to 70%. Band 5, $463, 2 schools, 69% to 60%. Band 6, $435, 3 schools, 59% to 60 to 50%. And band 7, $407, 5 schools, 49 to 40%. Band 8, $379. The poverty band threshold funding in DPS is 40% and above. Moorhead and George Watts were grandfathered in the plan to ensure equitable funding because the previous year's low-income percentage was higher than 35%. For example, C.C. Spalding per pupil allocation is $575. The total number of low-income students multiplied by the per pupil rate generates a total instructional allocation per school. The family engagement allocation is a percentage of the 1% district allocation and distributed to schools based on the number of low-income students in each school. ESSA requires any school above 75% to be served. The district can determine which schools are served. When schools above 75% are skipped in the poverty rank order positions such as Hillside High School, the district demonstrates to the state its ability to support the school's funding using state and local funds to serve students who are at most risk of failing. Hillside High School falls into the Band 3 category. per pupil allotment of $519. Hillside has a total of 1,299 low-income students. The total allocation would be $674,181. Over $3 million is allocated to support Hillside using local and state funds. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. I'd like to open it up to questions or comments from board members. All right, no questions or comments? Do we have a
Oh.
motion? Oh, go ahead. Is that board member Lewis?
Okay. I was thinking jokingly, you just shared all those numbers and different bands, and they're going to ask us if we have any questions. Of course. Thank you, Dr. Danner and Dr. Stewart, for your presentation. I just wanted to, I don't know that I have a question, but wanted to recognize, I know you mentioned the family engagement programming funding. I've always been interested in that and seeing the schools that have 1% to use for family engagement. I just wanted to acknowledge and share appreciation for the family engagement, family and community engagement summit that you all hosted last weekend. I believe it was last Saturday. It was an amazing job, spectacular showing to get parents and families connected, get the community connected. There were so many valuable resources at this summit that I did have the chance to attend. I also saw board member Chavez there as well. But just wanted to commend that type of engagement, this summit that you pulled off. Want to curse the storm that came through right at the beginning of the time. I think that definitely affected the numbers. I would just recommend also if we could do it bigger and better, even next year, and looking at bringing in buses of families from different communities. I think it was just so much good information. And I want to shout out Heidi Perez, who just did an amazing job in our media information session as well. And the other comment I had was about the displaced students. You mentioned funding that happens for every school to have funding for displaced students. You said homelessness. I use the terminology displaced. So speaking directly to our McKinney-Vento department, and also Mama Kai, who came and spoke today. Typically, I've asked in past to get an update for where things are with the McKinney-Vento. This just the doorway opening for me to share that. I'd love to get another update on where we are with our unhoused youth and the services that we are providing and how we're going forward to inform the community and just to keep them top of mind as well. So thank you again for your presentation. Like I said, it was not any questions with what you just shared with us, but more comments. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Lewis. Any other questions or comments? This is on the agenda for action this evening. Do we have a motion to approve Title I plan?
Yeah, I would love to make that motion and just also appreciate the summit this weekend. I heard good things, and also just want to I appreciate how you named some of our schools may not fall into this band, but we are using local and state funding to make up the gap. We know this additional funding is good. It's still not enough. We could use more to best support our students, but I am appreciative to know that we're thinking strategically about how we still support our schools. So I move that we approve the district's Title I plan for 2023-2024.
I, Alexandra Viola, second.
All right, moved by Chair Umstead and seconded by Board Member Valladares. Any other discussion? Yes, Board Member Rogers.
I do have one question. Thank you so much for the presentation. Very helpful. Hit all my questions. Do we have any models? You talked about the private schools are eligible for the Title I funding. Do we have any models? Are we working with any partners that can project the impact that the school vouchers might have on our Title I funding for private schools? in thinking ahead. And if that's something we could look for in the future, I'd like to see where we are in that. Y'all know what vouchers I'm talking about?
Yes, yes, the
Okay.
scholarship, the opportunity scholarship voucher.
Absolutely.
We'll do our research.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify from Board Member Rogers. You had me thinking a little bit. Are you asking about if more students were to use those vouchers and with the loss that we would have from our schools? I just wanted clarity about what you were thinking about.
Yes, I'm thinking about the loss that we would have from our schools, because then we need to be working with the Office of Public Affairs and the foundation and any other community partners to aggressively reduce the impact that would have on our school system.
If we're losing these students, we're losing kids in the potential Title I places. Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Yes.
I thought you were asking something a little different, Ms. Rogers. But with opportunity, and I don't know if we know the answer to this, so I'm happy to do my own research. But with increase in opportunity scholarships, does that also mean that we're sending Title I dollars and their opportunity scholarship dollars going towards private schools?
No.
Okay.
What happens every year, there's an annual Title I meeting. Private schools have to opt in to Title I funding. They have to attend the meeting, and then they have to indicate to us that they are interested in receiving Title I funds. Not many Title I schools, not many private schools have indicated they want Title I funds. That's why the amount is low. It's $48,000 compared to what it's been in the past.
The amount is perfect. Unless we can make it lower.
Thank you. That's helpful.
So, yeah, my question was actually similar. I would love follow-up at another time on which of those schools, if there's a cluster of them that actually are seeking that out. I assume the paperwork is cumbersome, like for them on their side as well, which is probably what limits some of that. But Dr. Danner, I wanted to thank you for your oversight of and governance of this incredibly complex area within the district. I know that you work really hard to account for every dollar in the way that it is supposed to be accounted, and work with our Title I school leaders to maximize the impact of these precious federal dollars. You did talk about Hillside, which I didn't see on a slide, but I can go back and listen and get those numbers. But it made me wonder about Southern and schools like that as well, and the comparable support that we're giving them from the local level. So I'd be interested in seeing some of that at another time, if you don't mind, but I'm so appreciative of your leadership. Thank you for bringing this report this evening.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Chavez.
Thank you for this detailed report. I have one question that maybe will be simple. Can you remind us how much we expect this to change when Growing Together is implemented, is in the number of Title I schools? Is that a simple question?
It's not a simple question.
Okay.
We really won't know the impact until the 25-26 school year. And so we have a year out. So the October 31st, 2023 data and the April 24 data will be used to write the Title I plan for the 24-25 school year. But we really won't know. We can forecast, and I'll work with Mr. Palmer and his team to ensure that we have some projected numbers. But right now, we cannot actually tell you what that would look like.
But that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes. And now,
Go ahead.
we're going to move forward with. Okay.
Well, I think we have a motion and a second, so we're gonna take a vote first on the plan. Okay, so to take a vote, we're gonna start with those that are joining us virtually. Board Member Valladares,
I, Alexandra Valladares, vote aye.
Board Member Lewis,
Trevania Lewis, I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers,
Aye.
Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Chair Umstead,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye. It passes unanimously. And now you may continue.
Thank you. I will now provide an update on the CEP provision, community eligible provision. So you have to return to the PowerPoint. And we'll begin at slide 19. Next slide, please. Next slide. In 2010, the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act provided another option. High schools can operate the National School Lunch and School Breakfast programs known as the Community Eligibility Provision, CEP. CEP is independent of Title I. Under CEP, free meals are provided to all students regardless of income at participating schools for 4 years. Families who attend participating CEP schools no longer complete the yearly free reduced lunch application. A school, groups of schools, or a school district may operate under CEP if the school district elects to do so when at least 40% of the total enrollment is approved for free school meals without an application. Identified students include those families who receive Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program benefits, SNAP. Next slide, please. CEP does impact the distribution of Title I funding to schools within the district, such as shifting the identification of Title I schools from year to year, increasing or reducing the school level per pupil allocation with high or low numbers of low-income students, and may decrease district-level efforts to increase student achievement. Next slide, please. For example, Title I schools with a higher percentage of low-income students receive a higher per pupil allocation than Title I schools with a lower percentage of low-income students, which impacts Title I schools with low-income enrolled students. Next slide, please. In 2022, Lowe's Grove, a CEP school, had a percentage of low-income students of 84.43% or 591, with an instructional allocation of $373,512. Compared to 2023, the percentage low-income students is 98.29% or 688, with an instructional allocation of $376,336, a loss of 1.0 Title I teacher positions from 2023 to 2022. In 2022, Sandy Ridge CEP percentage of low-income students was 64.78% or 412, with an instructional allocation of $212,102 compared to 2023 percentage of low-income students, 72.02% or 333, with an instructional allocation of $163,012, a loss of a half Title I teacher position, which is 50% from the 2023 to 2022 school year. In 2022, Club Boulevard's percentage of low income was 53.65% or 235, with an instructional allocation of $141,470 compared to 2023. Percentage of low income is 40.93% or 158, with an instructional allocation of $64,000, a loss of 1.3 Title I teacher positions from 2023 to 2022. Next slide, please. CEP also impacts the extra duty pay for staff who take on additional responsibilities such as tutoring and curriculum planning. Qualifying families who do not complete the SNAP application may not be considered direct certified. Therefore, the data will not be captured in CEP. Next slide, please. There are a total of 14 Title I schools between 2013 and 2021, a total of 5 non-Title I schools, high schools from 2013 to 2021, and we recently added 8 new CEP schools in March of 2023. Next slide, please. The total district number of schools with 40% or higher in 2022 was 26, in 2023, 36. The total number of students identified in 2022, 11,942. In 2023, 14,691. The district-wide eligibility percentage in 2022 was 37.9%, and in 2023, 46.58%. There are a total of 27 CEP schools in the district. Next slide, please. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. Open it up to questions and comments.
Is this item here just for information? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
just for
In
information.
discussion, yeah, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rogers?
Thank you so much for this presentation. I have been advocating for us to increase our CEP schools, and so it's exciting to see the district moving in that direction. I appreciate knowing that this was a decision made last March. I wonder if you could speak to a little more to how you selected the schools that you would include in the application.
I'm going to yield to my colleagues from Child Nutrition Services. And to give you the simple answer, the 8 schools that were added were already Title I schools, and we had an idea of what those numbers would be in the projection.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to be here. The schools were chosen based upon the needs of the students and the percentage of students at those schools with SNAP benefits. And we wanted to go district-wide CEP, and at the time, it was just not the right time. There was not enough time to do everything we needed to. So that has continued to be Child Nutrition's goal. And we selected all the schools that would provide us with a minimum of 70% federal reimbursement for the school nutrition program. Currently, 19 of the schools are bundled together and provide us with 100% reimbursement. I'm sorry, 99.7% reimbursement. So we receive full reimbursement for those 19 schools, and the others are bundled. Some provide 94%, some provide 86%. But we chose the schools that would give us the greatest impact to our department, but also to feed the most number of children in that program who had the most need at our schools.
That's so helpful. I'm glad to hear that you are selecting schools that get the full reimbursement and serve the students with the most needs. Thank you so much.
Yes, Ms. Umstead.
Thank y'all for this presentation and the follow-up from our last meeting. I think it's, I love that we are, doing universal breakfast and lunch and feeding more of our students, but I am just looking at the numbers and mindful of the implications when it comes to Title I. So I think I want us to, as we think about continuing to expand, how do we layer this on so we get all of the different supports for our students and we don't add some support and then lose some support on the back end? Because I think it's, it's important for us to get the Title I dollars. So how do we layer on community feeding in a way that doesn't negatively impact the allocations? So I appreciate this follow-up because I don't think I was aware quite of how that shifting works. And I think as we add schools, we want to evaluate that moving forward. I don't want to leave any dollars on the table.
Anyone else have comments or questions?
Jessica, I have a comment.
Yes. Yes, Board Member Valladares.
Thank you so much. I want to thank our board. I want to thank our administration for answering questions. Oftentimes, we hear the advocacy of community members, and in this case, Durham Can has been advocating for for many months. This has been one of their agenda items leading up to March, when there were some impacts to some of our students in other ways. They were also trying to figure out how to continue this conversation about supporting our students with that are food insecure and that are suffering from social drivers that lead to so many other risks. Food security is one of the drivers of social drivers of health, and so it's so important. And I just wanted to shout out their work. I want to shout out their advocacy, how they have engaged our admins. They've emailed our own nutrition department and leaders like Jim Key. And I thank you so much for answering them and giving them the CEP schools. And as we continue to move forward, there's going to be more conversations, because I think that the county is also looking at some programs in terms of food security. And I want to shout out the work of Mary Oxendine in the county, who has been doing a lot of work, meeting with folks and working on sustainability and nutrition. And I think that we do have to have this conversation as a broader conversation about how we're taking care of our kids in our community, with the county funds, with Title I funds, federal Title I funds, that delineation between local funds and federal funds. And so I just wanted to just ask this question about how are we continuing this conversation, and can we add this to our county agenda? Because some of these conversations about what we can do with our monies don't stop here. We also have the county. And how does that impact us when we get money, like local monies? Can somebody just speak about ways, because we already understand that there's a little bit of I would say there's a little bit of nuance to CEP, and I understand that the advocacy around 100% CEP schools may not be feasible right now. But can somebody tell me a little bit about county funds that can come in and support us in that reimbursement process? I think this question would be more for Mr. Key, if you would tell us a little bit more about, these folks who are ready to advocate and ready to support us. What are some of the implications of, I guess, advocating mostly at the county level, being that we don't want to upset, I guess, some of the work that is happening with Title I?
We use our local funds.
Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Lesueur?
No, anytime we look at this, we're going to be making sure we use the appropriate funds that are available. But in other instances, we'll revert to local funds to cover the costs. And that's what we'll be doing in this case.
Thank you. I think that there's that flexibility for the advocates, because this has been work that, again, Durham Can has been doing not only by themselves. These have been conversations for a while with many other organizations, including churches, that have asked, why are we not feeding all of our kids? And so because this is a community conversation, it's just important for us to also know, like, you know, that we use our local funds and we can use them in other ways than these specific funds with CEP. So I think that this is just an ongoing conversation. I just want to kind of flag that these conversations will continue. And I appreciate also Mr. Lesueur for, you know, the emails that he's responded to and provided information as well when community members have emailed about this. So thank you all so much. And I think the local advocacy, it says, like, you know, all politics is local. And I'm really grateful for advocates who are looking into this and trying to, you know, put their support behind our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Valladares. Yes, Board Member Byron.
Thank you. It's interesting to see you standing there, Dr. Danner. I never think of you with the food part because they could come up and join you and talk about food too. You know, I think sometimes we forget that Durham is a state leader in healthy feeding for our community and our children, and how far we have come. There's one of the good things about the pandemic is that children were eating free, fed by the federal government, like breakfast and lunch all across our community. People didn't have to do that paperwork. They didn't have to worry. Children didn't have to worry about the stigma of free school lunch. Everyone was eating together. And so I applaud our nutrition efforts to actually expand and look for ways that we can envision expanding district-wide. I would love us to be one of the district-wide CEP schools where children are all eating together, where nobody's worrying about that paperwork, where we know that we start to actually move towards some of those meals that we were doing in the afternoon that we were piloting to send children home with a third meal. You know, we don't want any child in Durham to be hungry. I believe it's a shared vision that our county has as well. And I love the idea of bringing that into discussion with them. What would it take for us together to make up for this gap in the Title I funding that would be impacted? And I think in the scope of county funding, the impact on our community would be great. I also think it's you know, the research is solid that it impacts student achievement. I mean, children should never be hungry in this community. And so anything that we can do to continue to lead in that area, I look forward to. I also think those slides were important, but also kind of confusing because they showed cuts at schools that we actually have not made, right? Is that fair, Dr. Stewart? Could you clarify that in case anyone's confused?
All right, so the money as displayed, that is actually the funding that schools have received for the 23-24 school year. Say, for example, if you look at Club lost nearly $60,000, if I remember correctly. They lost 1.7 FTEs?
1.3.
1.3. So they did lose enough money for one teacher plus. So what we have there is only for, I asked him just to do a little sampling for you, but we can outline it to show all of the schools as a follow-up. One of the things I would really like to say as it relates to Title I dollars, the purpose and the intent of the dollars is to ensure that we improve the academic achievement levels of the disadvantaged student. And so when we want to make sure that every Title I school has enough money to supplement the core program. And we just really want to make sure that students are able to receive those additional funds. Principals have an opportunity and the flexibility to be able to manage their budget based on the goals and the strategies that they identified with their school improvement team. So that is truly the school improvement team's autonomy to say, we have these supplies that are given to us by the district, but based on our subgroup data, there are additional asks. We need tutors, we need after-school tutoring, things of that nature. We need additional professional development for our beginning teachers. So we really want to make sure that they have an opportunity to be able to thrive and be successful with those Title I dollars. And I know that Dr. Danner is our federal programs person, but I served in that capacity for nearly 12 years. So I'm really passionate about Title I Part A.
Yes, Ms. Umstead.
I appreciate you illuminating that in this chart, Dr. Stewart, because that kind of goes back to my original point. Like, I want us to feed children, but I don't want us to leave dollars on the table. So if you're able to total up the sum of money that's in the chart you have here, you just have instructional allocation, but if you could just subtract the dollar so we can see what dollar amount was lost from that Title I funding, I think that would be helpful. Because I think if we're gonna move forward with trying to increase community eligibility provision schools, CEP schools, I would like to make sure we find that money somewhere so that our Title I schools also still have that support. And correct me if I'm reading that wrong.
I would like to say, in reference to Board Member Byers' comment, there were a loss of 21 teaching positions overall for the 23-24 year. Is that accurate, Dr. Danner?
Yes, it's 22.
22.
And the amount we based it on a year two beginning teacher salary, roughly $70,000. And so that would be roughly $1.5 million.
And so we are grateful that we were able to supplement that with our ESSER dollars. And we know that this is the last year that we have ESSER funding. So we did not want any school that was accustomed to receiving a certain money amount to support their FTEs to be without as a result of our change.
Yes, Board Member Umstead.
Sorry, this is my last question. Can we also get the dollar amount for what it would cost to increase CEP schools? So let's say, and if we're not, let me rephrase that question. We don't go through the CEP program, but we were to provide free breakfast and lunch for X number of schools, how much would that cost? Because I think there's a question for us as a board to figure out, maybe it's not CEP, but we are figuring out a different way to provide breakfast and lunch so that we also keep our Title I dollars at the same time. So I think trying to understand that cost, what it would be for the next group of schools you would like to include, and the cost around what might be lost if we were to go CEP route would allow us to understand where we need to move forward. Is that?
Yeah, I understand the question. Let me go ahead and respond to that. Just want to be honest here. I had a cabinet meeting where I had my operation folks and federal programs. It was really heated debate. Not only here, even other districts, they're having those conversations. But this is what I will suggest to our board. We hear your desire, your charge to us as well. If we can leave Title I on this side, because we're getting there to details weeds. But if we can just say, the school that's a CEP and the one that's not CEP, how much is gonna cost for all those students to be fed for free? And let us bring that amount here, then we'll have that conversation. Again, to the points that our board member Valladares made, that's where superintendent budget, which we start that process in December. If it's the desire of the board, once we know how much that's gonna cost, then that will be a new ask to our county commissioners. And I'll be willing to do that if that will be the desire of the board. But for the local fund that we have, everything has been earmarked. So any extra that need to go to the process going to the county.
I believe Board Member Lewis has questions or comments.
Yes, thank you for this presentation and for explaining to us where things are, the consequences of the decisions that are being made and the benefits and consequences. I want to say that I feel like we all have the same North Star as a board, as a community, as a leadership team for universal free lunches. It's the means of how do we get there? And it has to be balanced. And that's what I'm hearing from Chair Umstead, from those who have had these discussions around what does this balance look like when you have 70% food nutrition costs met through CEP, while at the same time we're also losing positions. I like the approach that Chair Umstead has mentioned to say, what is that total cost and loss? And could that be made up in local allocations? I would just also caution us that, as I read in the CEP, it's a 4-year commitment. So we need to make sure we have funding for 4 years, as I don't want to lose that balance of 24 educator positions when there's other questions that need to be explored, such as families who will choose to continue to pay and not opt in for free lunch because of the benefits that they know it gives the school community. So opting out of CEP, innovative processes to get these applications completed so that we can be reimbursed for funding. I think that we have a lot of needs as was being shared here. I had the number here, 2/3 of our district, 66% low income. I think that between the needs of making sure that everyone is fed without the district incurring debt, while also having these positions that create equity and meeting the needs of our students, definitely has to be balanced. So I am definitely for what solutions we can find around universal free lunch and meals for our families, with the commitments of doing collaborations across our city and community, as well, to help meet this need and not being on the backs of education and Title I schools that need additional resources of the education, tutoring, instructional assistance, and things of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there additional comments? Yes, Board Member Rogers.
So comments and questions, and I think I'll start with my comments. I think that it sounds like we all are on the same trajectory of caring for our students and our families, and that's very much appreciated. I hear Dr. Mabanga when he says that we need to, and Bettina, I'm sorry, Ms. Umstead and Ms. Lewis, when they say we need to protect these positions, and Ms. Dr. Stewart, everything else we need to do to support families. I think I'd like to start having some conversations, perhaps in our subcommittees, around what, how we can protect the Title I funding and what percentages of students would push us into applying for CEP for that school, and how we can find the right balance between that funding so we don't have cabinet meetings where y'all are debating it out, right? We have a formula upon which we decide which schools we're going to apply to next. And so that brings me back to my question, which is, there was a mention of Watts and Moorhead were legacied in to the CEP. That means they're moving out?
No, that was Title I,
Okay.
not CEP.
Okay, so they're Title I. Okay. That's helpful. So if I am a parent and I am at a CEP school and we get placed in Watts or Moorhead, how do I know that that school's no longer CEP? How are we communicating that with them in the transfer processes when families move at any point in their educational cycle? And how can we help support that work? Because I wonder how much of that is contributing to the deficits that we see for students, families that aren't paying for their foods, because they assume that their school's also going to have free lunch. So I think that there might be some way the board can help set some conditions so that y'all aren't arguing about it and we aren't continuing to argue about it every year, because we all want that. Particularly around how much could be lost or how many positions could be lost if we applied for CEP around those schools.
Thank you for that question. And I noted it because that means we have to continue to have collaborative conversations that are productive, because we are all on the same team and we all want the same thing for all of our children. With that, Dr. Danner, I'm gonna ask if you could add to that statement.
I was going to. So as it relates to George Watts and Moorhead, first of all, they must be identified as CEP. And right now, Moorhead and George Watts, and I'm looking at Mr. Keaton, they're not CEP schools.
Sorry, that was I misrepresented what I said. So
Okay.
I meant that you said they were legacied into the Title I
They were
program.
grandfathered in for Title I, yes. But they're
Okay.
not CEP schools.
Right, that's what I meant. I meant Title I. That means that they're not going to remain Title I schools? Or are they moving out of Title I status? Are they staying in Title I status?
Depending on their income level for October 30, based on the October 31st data this year, we will know whether or not they will continue to be Title I, because we use that threshold data.
So we were able to grandfather them in for one additional year as a result of being 35% or higher. So to Dr. Danner's point, once we have the low income numbers for October 31st, if it falls below 35%, then they will be removed from Title I status.
Thank you.
Yes, Board Member Byer. Board Member Chavez.
So I appreciate this discussion. I believe firmly that the federal government should provide school meals for all children. And barring that, the state should. There's a group called School Meals for All that meets regularly if people want to advocate and get on board. And many states have changed their policies. Like there are people advocating at the state level and at the DPI and the state board level for making the statewide, because we can imagine if it's an issue here in Durham, that it's an issue in rural communities and across the state. I feel like we have framed this as a Title I discussion, and we have the nutrition folks, Dr. Mabenga, that you said advocated and pushed hard in another direction. And would it be possible to hear a little bit more from them in this space, since they've stayed here with us till 7:30, about the benefits of universal district-wide CEP since they're here? Would that be fair? Or should we have that in discussion at another time?
I think that would be appropriate for another time. I don't want my team to be divided at these points. That's our role. As we're working with our team, we can come with different views. That's the reason why we're able to add 8. That was the middle ground that we came up with. This conversation is going to continue with my team. Then eventually we'll get to a good place where we'll bring you another recommendation.
I appreciate it. That's totally fair. I don't think it's fair to frame it just as we're going to lose Title I dollars. We're going to do, and nor do I think, Mr. Lesor, that we have a money tree, because I know we do not. And I know we're concerned coming out of the pandemic about reimbursement. I just want us to actually envision where we could go. And I do think about equity issues as children move from school to school. And how are we communicating that at some schools you do get free breakfast and lunch, and at some you have to do the application and it's still cumbersome in that way. So, yeah.
Any other comments from other board members? I have a question, although there's already been so many good questions and comments from my colleagues and our staff. When is the next decision point around this? I heard something about 4 years. is it 4 years down the road that we reassess these schools, or is it every year there's going to be another decision about the application process?
Thank you. And I do want to thank Dr. Stewart and Dr. Danner for the collaboration and be able to bring the new 8 schools that you've heard about, but there's also 9 because we've also brought Whitted on board, which doesn't affect Title I. So we are very excited by the collaboration we've had with them, and we want to thank them. As far as the reauthorization of the schools, it happens every year when we have to renew our state application for child nutrition. At that point, we can decide which schools to rebundle. We can decide which schools to remove or to add. So that is an annual decision, but the validation allows you to use those schools for the current year plus 4 years. So it could be a 5-year ask, or it could be changed annually. And I also wanted to just quickly respond to Board Member Rogers' question about communication. We send a letter from Child Nutrition to any family member who changes from a CEP to a non-CEP school that gives them a 30-day grace period and allows them to stay free for that first 30 days. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here this evening and for responding to many of our questions beforehand as well. That's really helpful. And I think that y'all have heard loud and clear tonight that the board would like to be included in discussions and decision-making around this the next time around. And for there to be a process whereby we're included. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments before we move on? Thank you so much, Dr. Danner, also. Okay. The next, let's see, we're moving on to academic services. Next item on our agenda is the Day 1 proclamation update.
Yes, good evening, board members, Chair Umstead, Vice Chair Card Chavez, and Superintendent Mabenga. It's good to be with you this evening to bring updates to you and sharing information on our Day 1 proclamation, in which all of our schools participate. Dr. Kelvin Bullock is responsible for this initiative, our Senior Director of Equity Affairs and Professional Development. He was unable to be with us this evening because he is presenting at our National Council of Urban Boards of Education Conference with other members of our leadership team, Dr. Maddox Perry, Dr. Al Royster, and Dr. Judd Manning, on building healthy school environments that strengthen students' well-being, which is apropos for this evening. However, we are quite fortunate to have with us Dr. Winosa Idahor, who is our Student Engagement and Opportunity Coordinator, who's representing Dr. Bullock and who's going to share more about our Day 1 proclamation. Dr. Idahor.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman. Good evening, Dr. Mabenga, board members, and our viewing community. I am glad for this opportunity to share about our Day 1 initiative. Next slide. Or actually, if you can go back, please. This year, the Tyler Clementi Foundation brings awareness to the impact that bullying has on the life of others. Day 1 is an initiative that teaches kids to celebrate differences, identify acceptable behaviors within the classroom and beyond, the importance of kindness, respect, and compassion, as well as how to intervene safely and appropriately in a bullying situation. Next slide, please. In alignment with Durham Public Schools' strategic plan, specifically Priority 2, it is our mission to provide a safe environment that supports the whole child. As acknowledged by the board, the Day 1 proclamation supports in the work to continue to create a safe, orderly, and inviting school environment to facilitate student learning and achievement. Next slide, please. In the beginning of the school year, school communities engage in taking the Day 1 pledge, and the pledge reads as follows. I am an upstander. I will stand up for kindness. I will stand up to make everyone welcome. I will speak up to stop someone who is saying or doing hurtful things to me or to others. I will do my best to protect my feelings by throwing hurting words away instead of taking them into my heart. I will get help from a grown-up I trust anytime bullying happens to me. I will reach out to someone who is bullied by talking to them, asking if they are okay, and letting them know I care. I will do my best to stop myself from hurting others with my words or my body. If I make a mistake, I will say I'm sorry. I am an upstander. And so that's the end of the pledge. And so our office also appreciates the acknowledgement within the pledge that encourages and empowers students to identify a safe and trusted person in their school and verbalize their need for help and support. This proclamation aims to address bullying early on day one, and the pledge is led by a school leader. This pledge states expectations for behavior and responsibilities for students and staff. Once it is read, a confirmation of understanding is given. We are very proud to share that 100% of DPS schools participated in the Day One Pledge, truly a point of celebration. Our school leaders have done this through the use of school intercom systems, through their student services department, and some at the individual classroom level. Some leaders have also engaged in conversations about the pledge during staff meetings to ensure a safe environment for scholars. Students are able to give verbal confirmation of understanding or sign the pledge online. So with this in mind, we want our community to also know that in the event they have concerns regarding bullying in their child's school, they may seek support from any school official. In addition, students and families may find additional resources that focus on bullying prevention, specifically cyberbullying, at dpsnc.net. So that concludes this presentation, and this is just being shared for information, and so I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? Yes, Chair Umstead.
Thank you, Dr. I, for being here and for sharing this Day One proclamation. I think it was maybe 2017, 2016, when we started doing this as a Board of Education and district. So I'm just appreciative that we're still doing it and 100% of our schools are participating. On the website, Tyler Clementi also has additional toolkits and resources for schools if they want to use those to even go further than Day One, to talk about microaggressions, to talk about harmful words, all different types of materials that can be supportive. So thank you. I'm appreciative. And I hope too, if there's any ways that we can be bringing other things to help support our schools. I know that a lot of parents are concerned about bullying. And so are there any other things that we can do as a board to help support that? Please let us know.
Thank you.
Let me make a comment.
Yes, Board Member Lewis.
I echo the same sentiments as Chair Umstead, and the resources that are available are incredible for usage. I want to make sure that we consider building into this pledge throughout the school year as we think about the different incidents our children have dealt with safety and wellness and what that looks like to them, building that into the plan throughout the school year through our student support services. I think specifically of SEL, social emotional learning, that's implemented in all of our school curriculum. That we continue to uplift this pledge. We continue to uplift these the values and the statements that's made in the pledge. And Chair, you just asked what other resources are available. We've gotten as a board, our board has gotten multiple emails recently from Black SEL, which is doing a summit and a conference September 28th and 29th, nationwide speakers that will be talking about bullying, that will be talking about self-regulation, things of those matters that will help increase safety, decrease bullying within our schools. I know DPS was a sponsor of the event last year. I believe they've requested sponsorship this year. I can't confirm whether we're sponsoring this year or not, but I just know that there will be some valuable information out of that programming. And again, just thank you, Dr. Idahoe, for the presentation, for the update, and that we continue to do this work and move forward in it throughout the school year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Lewis. Any other?
I have a
Yes.
comment too.
Yes, Board Member Valladares.
Yes. This is very important. very important work in terms of preventing bullying. Our families are very appreciative when we talk about a resolution and how we start off the year with the intention and setting a culture that addresses bullying. However, the on the ground situation is that bullying is happening more and more, and the questions that they have are, how can we continue to, I think, sharing what my colleague mentioned throughout the year, continue to remind and instill anti-bullying, not just at the beginning of the year. And it's not to say that we're going to bring the resolution, the Tyler Clementi resolution every quarter or anything like that, but it has to be visible. I'm wondering what kind of ways we can just make it even more visible. And then there's questions that, don't pertain to this particular presentation, but it's more about what are the implications for educators in terms of the bullying that they see, how it's addressed, how it's reported. There's so many questions parents have had, and this is an ongoing conversation, time after time, month after month, about safety in our schools, ways that we can really continue to set a culture that reduces bullying and that upholds safety for our students. And so I'm just wondering, what other visuals, I know that this handed out in some schools, it's printed out, it's shown to students. I don't know if there's anything the district can do about visuals that just talk about, bullying and more implementation of reporting the bullying, steps to reduce it, so that it's very, I don't know, like written in like write it on the wall kind of thing, right? I'm wondering if there's any other initiatives that accompany this wonderful resolution.
So I'll comment and then I'm going to yield to Dr. Pittman as well. But I do know that across the district, our Student Support Services Department has definitely led the way and been very instrumental in implementing SEL curriculum across the district. So in terms of that, providing schools with school-based, school-level support and making sure that students and staff know that they are supported. And so at the, broader picture of that, that type of support is happening, but I'm going to yield to Dr. Pittman and she'll add a little bit more.
Thank you, Dr. I. Indeed, I was going to build on the same. Our social emotional learning curriculum does empower our students and our faculties, of course, to support the whole child. We have a very strong anti-bullying policy the board has adopted. Our schools take that quite seriously. Annually, we do a review and refresher of that as a requirement for all employees it's part of our handbook. So we're trying to really wrap and come around all facets of our school communities, and of course, the important role that families and parents play in supporting this work. But the student support services under Dr. Maddox Perry's leadership are really pushing into schools, and our schools, as evidenced by the Day One proclamation, take this quite seriously and do investigate and address any reported bullying for which they become aware.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pittman. And yes, I commend our student support services and our 100% implementation of social emotional learning. I think that there's, just again, more conversations along the lines of reporting, and our policies do have that. It just seems like there are a lot of families who just want to see just more reminders of, the fact that the bullying is not only not tolerated in the schools, and that we already have a resolution in place, and that we have SEL curriculum that is implemented in 100% of our schools, but that there's also accountability, and what that accountability is in terms of our processes. And I know we have disciplinary policies, we have a student matrix and many other things. I think the general sentiment for a lot of families is, just giving more of this throughout the year, maybe another workshop about the impacts of bullying, to hear some of the stories from families of what that looks like. Even though we have everything set up and the infrastructure set in place to reduce bullying, there's a lot of stories that families have shared. Sometimes they share it with us, and then they're wondering, like, can we have safety forums that actually address bullying specifically? And what are ways that we can curb that in our schools? And so it's more of an ask, not just at the beginning of the year, the way we do it, which is great because we start the year right, but it's also throughout the year. How can we continue, to provide space to hear about the actual stories from students from families who have experienced bullying, who have seen bullying and the impacts of bullying psychologically, physically on students, and ways to address and kind of figure out, is it happening in the bathroom? Where is it happening in the building? What are some ways that schools are using their school improvement plans and, school improvement teams to address bullying specifically? And I can go endlessly, including sexual harassment, and so many other things. And so I think this is a great start. I want to commend that this is a great start, that it happens at the beginning of the year. And I guess this is more of an ask based on conversations from community members, what can be done throughout the year to make sure that we provide space for families to, feel like their stories are being heard, and that we're taking into account specific ways in the implementation of our policies to prevent bullying.
Thank you so much, Board Member Valladares. Any additional comments or discussion? Yes, Board Member Byer.
Dr. I thank you so much for bringing this to us, and thank you for working with our school communities, and to Dr. Bullock as well. When we started this, it was something that we read aloud, and so I'm so glad that you read it into this space with us here tonight. I was also looking at the resources as we've been talking, and wanted to make clear to our coaches that there's information specifically for sports teams on here. And to actually community members and faith leaders, there's a whole section of resources on the website, and it's called True Faith Doesn't Bully. And we know, especially our trans students are feeling bullied right now by policies and politicians. And so that's there as a resource for our community, for faith leaders that are working in the community alongside children. And I wanted to make sure that folks know that there are good resources there as we support all students in Durham. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional comments? Thank you so much. This is very exciting. As others have said, it's a great way to start the year off. Our students deserve to feel safe in their schools, and not all of them do right now. So I love any work that we're doing to start the year off right, and then keep giving our schools what they need to build a culture of wellness, anti-bullying, and safety for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next agenda item this evening is an update on Growing Together Elementary Student Assignment Implementation. And this is on the agenda for discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Cardall, and good evening again to the board and Dr. Mabenga. We're pleased to bring a brief update to the board on the communication and upcoming community efforts that will be underway in the upcoming months on the implementation of Growing Together and the Elementary Student Assignment Plan. Members of our leadership team are here this evening, some of whom will share information, all of whom are at the ready to respond to any questions that may arise. But Sheena Cooper, our Senior Executive Director of Public Affairs, Dr. Julie Pack, our Senior Executive Director of Career and Technical Education Magnet Programs, Pablo Friedman, our Director of Multilingual Resource Center, and of course, Mr. Palmer, our Senior Executive of School Planning. So next slide, please. This evening will be very concise. We want to share some of the community communication that's going to be provided, the internal supports that we are weaving in as a project team to support our schools as they in turn take the baton and reach out to their school communities and support families throughout our community. And of course, we'll allow time for some discussion. And the next slide, please. As we look at our new strategic plan, it was very difficult to land this initiative in one priority area, and so we listed and lifted up all five. Of course, there's a strong academic component to this with our new programming and growing all of our elementary schools great together through the STEM programming and arts and global languages, making sure that our children are supported through priority 2, which is what you'll hear a little bit more about tonight. The importance of high quality staff in all of those arenas are going to be critical to the success of this work. Community engagement is indeed what you'll hear about tonight. And of course, the final around operational efficiency and functions as we look at implementation with transportation and pre-K and EC. So if we'll go to the next slide, I will pass the baton to Sheena Cooper, who will talk us through our community.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman, and good evening. Next slide, please. As we transition into the implementation phase of Growing Together, we are excited for our families to bring home the possibilities that this new student assignment plan presents. Ensuring that our families are informed about the changes and how they may impact their family is of critical importance. That's why we have restructured our communication and developed a comprehensive communication strategy and timeline that prioritizes clear and simplistic communication and messaging for all families. Our school leaders are integral to our communication, as we know our families seek information from their schools first. Our strategy places information and resources directly in the hands of our school leaders so that they may best facilitate communication within their school's community. School level communication will be supplemented by direct mail, digital communication, and other materials, all providing appropriate language access to help families understand new assignments and the application programs accessible to them in their region. This work is underway now, and families will receive messaging beginning next week from their principals. Next slide, please. Our rollout of this communication is designed not only to support our families, but also our internal teams as we prepare for the 24-25 school year. Next slide, please. Before you will see a timeline overview highlighting important dates and key communication and engagement milestones with our families over the next several months. We jump into that work next week with a training for all of our enrollment teams across the district. We are happy to share that all of our schools have enrollment teams that will be doing the day-to-day work as we transition our students, followed by a database that will be released to our principals. They wanted to know firsthand the students that were coming to them and those that may be transitioning to other schools so that they may play that very important role of getting our students from one school to the next seamlessly. In October, we start with our first direct mail to our families that will be addressed to them and sent directly to their homes, detailing some of this transition information. Followed by regional transition meet and greets. All of our schools within our 5 regions will have these meetings where they will invite families to come and learn firsthand about their new schools. They'll be able to meet their new principals, not just the principal at the elementary school level, but the principals within their feeder patterns, so we can start to create those connections now for each and every student at every level. Then we have our big showcase of schools in November at the Durham Convention Center on the 18th, where we want to see all of our families present. All of our schools will certainly be there as well, showcasing all of the great things that are happening within our district at their various schools. Followed by tours that we are hosting for every school across the district. You'll see 2 touch points for our non-application programs as well as our schools that offer application programs, so there's additional time for our families to engage should they choose to, which leads up to our application window, which opens on January 8th, and we've extended that an additional week, so that will close on February 9th. And then we have those lottery results that are available to our families on March 1st. Additionally, our engagement continues in the spring, where each of our schools will host welcome events to bring new families to their campuses so they can explore, learn, and connect with new families. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Julie Pack.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper, and good evening. If we could go to the next slide. In order to support our schools in connecting with our families and sharing this very important information, we've developed some internal structures. The first of those is an implementation toolkit that we'll discuss a little bit more detail in the next slide, but this toolkit provides guidance and resources and access to those important resources to lead the changes by the schools in their community. Each school has, as you heard, has developed an enrollment team. Enrollment teams are comprised of school administration, student support services, front office staff, parent liaisons, kindergarten leads in elementary, and graduation coaches in the high schools. The enrollment teams will play a critical role in ensuring that all families in their school are aware of the changes associated with the Growing Together student assignment plan, how those changes will impact their families, and to help those families transition smoothly. On September 20th, as you heard, the elementary enrollment teams will participate in training where they will have the opportunity to learn more about their specific roles and expectations in supporting those student transitions. Much like the outreach that was provided with the return from COVID, the enrollment teams will be responsible for personally connecting with families to ensure that they're aware of upcoming changes and new opportunities for families. The Student Assignment Transition Coordinator, a new role in the Office of Student Assignment, will monitor the progress and support the school enrollment teams throughout the year. And finally, also as you heard, the Office of Student Affairs has developed a detailed communication plan that includes templates for multimodal communications from the school and the district that communicate the upcoming changes associated with the Growing Together Student Assignment Plan in multiple languages. Next slide, please. So the toolkit, schools are essential to the leadership of this change, and they are ready to lead it. In order to make the process go smoothly and ensure that schools have the resources they need, the Growing Together team has created the implementation toolkit. So this slide shows just a little screenshot of this resource that outlines school expectations, lists the items, action items that need to be completed and by the dates that they need to be completed by, and links live resources and contacts for schools to utilize. If you go ahead and click, I think, the next 4 times, you'll see those things highlighted. The resources available to schools in this toolkit include, but are not limited to, the Office of Public Affairs communication materials, the DPS marketing toolkit, support documents for the showcase of schools, support documents for school tours, and a resource bank that includes mail merge and simple things like mail merge instructions, FAQ documents for elementary, application program one-pagers that have been developed to help folks understand those programs, and links to the school locator. So everything is right at the fingertips of the school enrollment teams to help lead this change. And the toolkit is a live document, so we are continually updating that as we find out something else that schools may request or need. We have it all in one place, one-stop shop. So that's how we're supporting our schools to lead this transition. And at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Pittman.
Thank you, Dr. Pack and the team. This is to share with the board and our community just some information about what to expect in the coming weeks and months and the excitement that we are in the midst of launching.
Thank you so much. This is very exciting. Appreciate you all coming this evening to share this with us. Any comments? Yes, Board Member Chavez.
Thank you so much. This is exciting. It's great to see the communication plan. I love the toolkit. I want to note that the first time you do mail merge, it is not very easy. So I think that's great that you have that in there. And I have a question about other partners who are helping to disseminate this information as well and welcome families into their new schools. I was thinking about PTAs and other community organizations, churches and nonprofits. What partners are we working with and how will they play a role in this transition process?
Absolutely. You heard earlier this evening the fantastic partnership we have with the DPS Foundation to help us reach very important communities within Durham to ensure that they have this information. As part of our engagement team, as a subgroup of the overall implementation team, we are working very closely with other organizations to plan additional sessions and other engagement opportunities. What we mentioned regarding our communication this evening is really just a snapshot for how we are guiding our families through this process. And we know that it takes all of us in Durham to make sure that this information is disseminated appropriately. So as we work through that communication plan, we have earmarked touch points for folks outside of our network of families that are transitioning to make sure that we have those touch points, including faith communities, other partner organizations, working very closely with Mr. Friedman to ensure that we are engaging our Spanish-speaking families as well.
That's great to hear. And I commend this. The toolkit is amazing at, that you put all of that together, and I'm excited about a smooth transition for our young people and their families. Thank you.
Yes, Board Member Rogers.
This is amazing work. I'm very impressed. I'm excited to see it moving forward and grateful for all that you've done thus far. I really love the toolkit, and I really love that it's dated, that we know where we are and all that. I wonder if there's a way, perhaps on the Growing Together page or Engage DPS or somewhere, if we could have like a roadmap of we are right here. So somebody that checks out for a month and a half, or I don't know, whatever's happening, they can look and see this is where we are in that process. And perhaps you didn't get anything in the mail, but that's because you're not in that zone where there are changes happening. And we've done that. And so they would be able to see that.
Absolutely. We are in the process of updating our online presence as it relates to that. That will go live on October 2nd. It will be that digital and online platform for families to go and check the status of the transition process, whether they would like to find out more about the regional events that we are hosting in October, whether it's the school tours. All of that information will be housed there, as well as information about each of our schools and contact information so that they may reach out to those schools on an individual level as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Chair Umstead.
A similar question to Ms. Kid. So that PTA can help their people know and church can know, and the community groups. We know that our students and families are interacting with so many different folks. So whether it be your after school program, your Boys and Girls Club, or you go into the doctor's office, they're like, call this number, right? To get connected with your new school so that everyone has that similar information.
Absolutely. I think that is something that we can certainly continue to build upon. Just as we mentioned, having a toolkit available for our board members, we can ensure that there are resources available to our community partners as well.
And my last is a comment. The social media stuff in here, I think, is critical and we know is key. And I hope that we can also maybe help our students in some of these enrollment teams that this is a skill set that they can be using for future job opportunities. And so how can they help craft some of these materials for their school and be ambassadors for their school? I just think this is a great opportunity for them, and it's laid out kind of what they need to do, with supervision from adults, but I just think it'd be a great opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes, Board Member Byer.
Thank you all so much for bringing this. I know this is on a lot of folks' minds and wondering about the timeline as it's forthcoming. So having those dates there is so important. And I'm so glad that y'all are working collaboratively to forward think what schools will need. It does strike me still as a lot of additional work for our school principals. And so I'm wondering if we found a way to give them, dare I say, compensation or at least budget for what they might need at the school level that is different from all the as they do outreach, if they need yard signs, if they need stuff for, is there help with that on their behalf?
Absolutely. All the supplemental materials that we are referencing will be delivered to the schools. That is something that we are taking on and providing to them as a district. Nothing will be produced at the school level as far as mass information that should be shared with families. One of the things that we are very encouraged by is that the excitement of our principals to get in and get the work done. Many of them are ready to start contacting their families now. And we're excited to provide that information to them in just a couple of weeks so they may begin that work.
That's fantastic. Y'all have thought of everything. The questions that will come that perhaps the principals can't answer. Are we going to have staffed bilingual, multilingual hotlines for questions so that we take that load off of our principals? And I'm thinking of the legacy questions, the siblings trailing and all of that as we go forward, as people really worry about how big changes, transportation, that those pieces that really affect people in the day-to-day.
So the primary driver of that information will come through the enrollment team. So while they're having their initial training on September 20th, the Office of Student Assignment, the Growing Together team will use them as a conduit to make sure that we're having people at least at the school level who can answer as many questions as possible. We know that everybody on the staff can't answer all of the nuanced questions, but as, you know, that team would be able to do that. And then in addition to that, we will continue to beef up and upgrade our FAQs online so that those kinds of things are happening. And we're doing little things like every week in Leadership Weekly, our principals are getting a little tidbit of a piece of those nuances so that it's not everything all at once. It's here's one thing. And so we're just trying to give as many of those options as possible. We still have our Growing Together email for public communications to come directly to our team that we can respond to any question that they don't feel they're getting an answer to at any other level. So just trying to keep all levels of communication open for those things.
Thank you all.
We just brought this for information.
Oh, yes. Mr. Friedman.
Good evening, Dr. Mabenga, board members, staff. To answer the question about bilingual support, so for this elementary phase, right, every elementary school has an assigned interpreter liaison from our office. I think one of the most critical things for this part, to your point, is that process is followed. So when those questions come in at the front desk, some schools have bilingual front office staff, some don't. It is critically important that they know the process for then directly interfacing with someone on our team. And that way we can make sure we land that plane in the right place. And so I think the answer, the really honest answer to your question is that the process has got to be really, really tight from the school level through the enrollment team, through their interpreter liaison. I think we'll have a great outcome there. So hope that answers your question.
That does. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I just also think that it is important for us to make that clear to folks because that is a tremendous equity issue and one that we haven't always done as well as we wanted to. And so we have to be clear about that in our communications to our leaders. Yes, Ms. Rogers.
I guess my follow-up to that, and I think Ms. Cooper can speak to it, or Mr. Friedman, would be, is that process going to be included in the implementation toolkit?
Absolutely. With that information will be reiterated during our training with our school enrollment teams, but we can do a separate call out to make sure that is highlighted so that all that are involved are well aware of that process.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments, especially from those board members joining us virtually? Well, I'll just say, this is very exciting. I appreciate this, you sharing this. I'm also excited about the implementation toolkit, especially with the district contact assigned for each one, making it easy to have a point of contact for folks to reach out to. I'm really grateful that you're going through directly to the schools for communication. I do think that that's, I share concerns as board member Byer about overloading them, but I also think that that is the best way to get information to our families through those that know them best and know how to reach them best. I wonder through this process, are y'all, as you're giving information to them and training them, are you also going to be checking in to see like, how are y'all doing with all this? Are you feeling okay? What more do you need? Are you overwhelmed? How can we support you? Like, what's that going to look like for you all?
Absolutely. In our initial conversation with our principals, just last week, I believe it was, that is one thing that we wanted to make sure that they were well aware of, that we are here as a support to them and that we are available to assist them with any questions or concerns that they may have. Our full team, this is just a representation of who we are, but we are across the district representing all various departments to make sure that we can plug in as needed for any of those specific questions or needs. We understand that the task ahead of them is a heavy one, but all of DPS is supporting them in this effort.
Great. Thank you so much.
I'd also like to add that, and I forgot to add this in my notes earlier, but like the Growing Together team didn't create the toolkit in isolation. We worked very carefully with principals to find out what is it that they needed up front before we created the toolkit. And so that chain of communication is already established. And so those folks, and that included schools that are transitioning one way or another, adding a program, changing a program, or even just our traditional schools, so that everyone had a voice at the table. So we'll continue that communication loop to get that feedback.
That's wonderful. Thanks so much for sharing that.
Sorry, we talked previously about this, about telling the story about year-round specifically, and how our expansion of 4 additional year-round schools is so important for folks to embrace and understand the academic benefits of that. Are you all doing specific storytelling on that for those schools as well?
So all of our application program schools do have additional information that fully explains the benefits of those programs and why families may be interested in pursuing those options. So that is a part of our communication with families, and that will be lifted up, especially when we begin our district regional meetings and welcome events for our families, and it will be carried through our touch points with families moving forward.
I'm also excited about these regional transition meet and greet events. I assume that information about those is going through the schools also to make sure everybody hears about it and they don't, I guess my concern is that we don't rely I appreciate we're using digital communication. I think that's the way of the future, but many of our families don't use that. So just making sure we're reaching everybody through various mechanisms.
Absolutely. We are crafting communication for our principals because we want to make it easy for them and giving them very specific details on what messages are to be shared on what dates, whether that's through their weekly phone call home to families, if they do a weekly newsletter, and how to embed that there. So we want to make sure that they have that information. It will be facilitated through the school and of course supported and supplemented by additional district communication.
Great. Thank you so much again. If there aren't any other comments or questions from board members, one final thank you to the team for being here this evening and sharing so openly. We appreciate it. Okay. With that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is the 2022-2023 ESSA accountability results.
Last but not least, right? So good evening to everyone again. And indeed, we just want to share some of the outcomes from our 2022-2023 accountability. Tonight, I'm going to highlight 3 major things. The first is a quick refresher of what our state accountability model includes, some of the results of our district achievement, not only on proficiency, but also on growth, and how our schools are looking with school performance grades. So next slide, please. So we're going to launch into first with a dust-off refresher of what is exactly a school performance grade and what does it include, and how does achievement and growth factor into that. And before we'll go to the next slide, and as we transition, I do want to recognize Dr. Royster is our Senior Executive Director of Research and Accountability, who prepared this presentation with his team, and he is also at the National CUBE Conference presenting. And so I am in his stead delivering this information, but I do want to recognize we have 2 members from his team, Nelson Searles, the Director of Data Integration and Accountability, and Nathan Hester, the Director of Assessments and Accountability. Should we get into the data weeds, they are here to lend support in any way that we desire. So let's get on to school performance. So this pie graph is a quick refresher. Our school performance grades are comprised of 2 major data metrics. One is achievement, of which 80% it factors into that, and 20% around school growth. And on the next slide, this is a very detailed, at a glance, love this. If you ever want to know the specifics of how all of these data metrics come together, that top blue bar that goes all the way across the top of the chart indicates that North Carolina designates a school performance grade, or SPG, with the indicators below. And so if you look to the far left where it says 80% in that bracket, that includes the metrics in red, orange, and yellow. And the red is around our achievement at elementary, English language arts, EOG scores in reading, math, and science. And for middle school, if students take that Math 1 EOC course, that factors in on that component there. And on the right, those companion courses, but that are offered in high school. So English to Math 1 or Math 3, EOC, biology. And then high schools also pull in metrics around math course rigor, or how many students take Math 3. A companion metric around ACT and work keys, and the cohort graduation rate. The yellow extends across all, and that is our WIDA assessment, or our English language progress as measured on the WIDA assessment for students in grades 3 through 8 and 10. So that's our 80% metric, and then 20% is our EVOS growth. How do children grow in 1 year's time? So on the next slide, it summarizes those in a very concise manner. Keeping in mind achievement is 1 point in time. That measures on the day the child takes that assessment, how they perform on that assessment is the metric that goes into the achievement statistic. Whereas on growth, this looks at measures of academic progress over time. So we look at, does a student meet growth, make 1 year's progress in 1 year's time, or do they exceed growth? Do they do better and make more growth in that 1 year period of time or not? And so on the next slide, let's take a peek district-wide at how we look on our school performance grades. On the next slide, you'll see a series of circular graphs of sorts, but this slide shows our school performance grades. So this is our district, comparing them over 5 years and really highlighting our schools that were rated with their performance grade of an A, a B, or a C. So you begin in 2016-17 on the far left, and we go across to our current year that we're most focusing on this evening, 22-23's results. If you have a keen eye, you may notice there are 2 years missing, the 2019-20 and 2021 school years, and they are not shown due to COVID, and that there were no growth metrics reported those years. But let's look at what is there for us to see trend-wise. As a district, we have increased the number, yay, and percentage of schools that are A, B, and C. And particularly if we focus on the 21-22 circle and the 22-23, you'll notice two really powerful metrics. In 21-22, we had 24 schools, or 41.1% of our schools that were rated A, B, or C. And look at what we have now. 33 of our schools with 63.5% of our schools being rated as an A, B, or C school. They've worked hard. Next slide shows our overall grade level proficiency. If we look at where we were as a district, comparing those same, those same span of years from 2016 to current, we have increased our proficiency every year except for that 2021 school year. That's our remote learning school year. And then our overall grade level proficiency for 22-23, you can see is 47.9%, which is a 3.9% increase over the previous year. If we look at the 2018-19 year, that was 49%, we have almost returned and caught up with our pre-pandemic performance. So on the next several slides, let's look at reading, math, and science. The first is reading. You will notice green and you will notice everything to the right. This is a wonderful reflection. Overall, our reading composite has, at the very bottom, you'll see for the district is at 45.3, but we have increased proficiency in every grade level compared to 21-22, with a total composite score of increasing at 3.1 percentage points. Of specific celebration, if we look at grade 4, that's our highest proficiency at 49.9, which was also our highest increase in the percent points at 4.7. Go on the next slide, we'll see a similar statistic for math, but boy, do those increases really jump out. Our math proficiency results are shown here with our total composite at the bottom, you can see is 47.7. We have increased proficiency in every grade level compared to the previous year, and a total composite increase of 6.6 points. So we celebrate our math proficiency in grade 3 with 56.4 being our highest, but our highest increase was in grade 5 with 10.7 percentage points. Science on the next slide shows similar gains. Our science proficiency overall as a district is at 64.9. We see increase in our proficiency at grade 5 science by 4.3 percentage points. We did see a slight decrease in 8th grade proficiency percentages by 2 points, but even with that little bit of a dip, we still have an overall composite increase of 1.1%. So let's slide over to high school. Those proficiency gains, you can see again positive, our end of course proficiency results in our biology, English 2, math 1, and math 3. We have increased in all areas except a slight dip in English 2 of 0.6. Our highest EOC proficiency was math 3, and those gains of increase of 7.1 percentage points in math 1 for our high schools. So we've seen a lot of increase in proficiency and gain, and those are our EOC courses. Now we're going to shift quickly to the next slide, which will show our English learner progress. ESSA, or the Every Student Succeeds Act, requires every state to provide an annual assessment of language proficiency. In North Carolina, we use the WIDA Access for ELS 2.0. And L progress is measured and reported for all L's K-12, but for the school performance grade, they lift up specific grade levels: elementary 3 through 5, middle 6, 8, and 10th grade for high school. There's some really, oh, I'm sorry, this is at the bottom. If you have the PowerPoint, some really powerful metrics here. So for the district, we have increased 8.1 percentage points from last year to this year. But what is really interesting to note, if you compare our trend from 2021 through 2023 and compare us to the state of North Carolina, the gap in the 2021 year was about 9 points for what Durham Public Schools at 9.9% of our students were meeting our targets versus 19 across the state. The next year, that gap closes a smidge, well, quite a bit actually, where it's a 4.3 difference between North Carolina and Durham Public Schools. And this year, we exceeded the state proficiency in percent of L's that are proficient on the access score by 0.5. So not only are we increasing and gaining with our students who are showing proficient on the WIDA assessment, but we have now exceeded the state. So the rate of increase has been, we are growing at a faster rate than North Carolina. So we are proud of that. Going to the next slide. This is our career and college readiness indicators for high schools. Going to the next slide. This shows the metrics around that factor into the school performance grades. You can see that the 4-year graduation cohort rate is captured here. Math course rigor, the ACT work keys, and the ACT or ACT work keys combined. We show here an increase of all of the indicators for the 22-23 school year compared to the year prior. You look in that far right column. And going to the next slide, let's look at how now we're doing with subgroup performance. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. There's that green color that we love on the right, those bars indicating the percent of student change. This slide shows our subgroup performance with our composite now located at the top of the table, and all of the subgroups you can see listed below. The overall proficiency of all of our subgroups and all of our content grades is 47.9%. We have increased proficiency in every subgroup compared to the year before, and our total composite increased by 3.9. You'll notice our American Indian increased by 20 percentage points, keeping in mind that that cohort has 49 children. So that's a sensitive metric to that. Okay, and on to the next slide. Now let's look at our cohort graduation rate. This is a very busy slide, but let's make it simple for everyone. If you look on the left, those are the years. And then within each year, going across to the right, you can see each subgroup as it falls longitudinally over time. So the 22-23 school year, if you find that on the bottom row, our cohort graduation rate is the highest since the 2016-17 school year, with the exclusion of the 2021 school year, which is considered to be a bit of an outlier because that was our remote learning year. As noted, Durham Public Schools has the highest graduation rate for our Hispanic students and our white students across the 7 years. And on the next slide, we continue with cohort graduation rate subgroups around different categories of students, including our AI academically gifted, economically disadvantaged, limited English proficient, and student with disabilities. You can take a look at that, and as you glance down to the comparison, every subgroup increased with a slight exception to our LEP subgroup, which dropped by 0.8. But you'll see our academically gifted children remained at 95%. You may wonder why it's just 95. For the data point in this statistic, anything over 95 DPI protects student confidentiality because it's a small cohort, and so we landed in as a consistent 95%. We have increased economically disadvantaged, 6.8% of our students, which is the highest in 7 years, as well as our students with disabilities increased by 8.2 percentage points. How are you doing? Let's go to growth. Let's go and advance to the next slide, please. Okay, we're back with our circles, our circle pie charts. This slide shows our growth status in comparison over 5 years. Celebrating met or exceeded. Going back to 2016, you can see up through 2022, and again, pulling out the 1920 and the 2021 school years in which no growth was reported. So Durham Public Schools has increased the number of students that met or exceeded growth since 2015-16. And with the past school, and look at this, 88.2% of our schools have met or exceeded growth last year. Tremendous statistic. This shows, we do want to do a little bit of a caveat explanation here. The 4 circle graphs to the left of the final one this year, we have been internally including some of our schools that are on our alternative accountability model. We've been putting them into our metric, and the state doesn't. So for this new reporting year, we've pulled out and been more consistent with our metrics, so our data going forward will align with the state, but we are indeed extremely proud that 88.2% of our schools met or exceeded growth. Now let's compare how we look to the LEAs around us. Let's go to the next slide. So we listed some of our peer districts with the percent of schools that meet or exceed growth. So you look at Durham Public Schools and the state ranking with our peer districts by the percent of schools meeting or exceeding. Okay, well, you'll notice we're at the top and we have the highest number. So we are leading our fellow districts in the percentage of schools that have met or exceeded growth, excluding our alternative schools. We also have the second highest percentage of schools. If you look in the next column, when you look at exceeded growth, we have the second highest, second only to Johnston County. And then if you look in that far right column with the not met, we have the lowest percentage of schools who are in the not met growth category at 11.8%. So our schools have worked really hard, and we're proud of this effort, this work, these outcomes. On the next slide, we have the percentage of low performing schools. You remember that we want to go to the next slide, thank you. We wanted to compare our lower performing schools. How do we compare with our other districts, specifically Wake, Charlotte, Guilford, Cumberland, and Chapel Hill? So there's 2 different metrics, ways to represent the data. If you look at the table and the bar graph, again, from 2016-17, when Dr. Mubenga first arrived as superintendent, and then we jump to the 21-22 and the 22-23. So those are the 3 bar graphs that you're able to see reflected. So on the left-hand side, the bar graphs will show that the low percentage of schools low performing schools for Durham, Wake, Cumberland, and Chapel Hill Carborough We have the third lowest percentage of low-performing schools, meaning 29.4%. So we're right behind Wake County at 21.6 and Chapel Hill Carborough at 0. But on the right in the table, it shows the number of low-performing schools and the number of low-performing schools for the years, again, 2016 and then 122 and 22-23. Durham Public Schools has the second lowest number of low-performing schools at 15. So let's go to the next slide. Let's see how we've done over 7 years with our low-performing schools. Beginning with 2016, you can see that up until the last school year, beginning with 2016-17 and up to 2022-23, the number of low-performing schools was staying the same and pretty much due to COVID, but we have increased to 15. And let's go to the next slide and we'll take a peek at those schools. There are 9 elementary, we have 3 middle, 2 high school, and then our online program. Keeping in mind what a low-performing school is, it's a school that either their proficiencies met, their performances were a D or an F, and they either met growth or didn't meet growth. But if they exceeded growth, they would not have been in this category. So let's transition and go to some celebrations. So let's look at the number of schools who left low performing status. And so on the next slide, we see that we celebrate 3 schools and want to give them a shout out to this evening. Hillendale, W.G. Pearson, and the School for Creative Studies are no longer in low performing status. We also want to celebrate the number of our A and B schools. And we have 2 A schools, Josephine Dobbs Clement and Middle College, and 13 B schools. Easley, Watts, Lions Farm, Mangum, Moorhead Montessori, Pearsontown, R.N. Harris, Rogershurst Middle School, Lakewood Montessori, City of Medicine, Durham School of the Arts, and Durham School of Technology. They are now our A and B schools, of which we now have 14. Let's go to the next slide and talk about celebrations around growth. We've hinted at it a little bit. We do know that we are at that 88.2% of our schools that met or exceeded. But how do we look across North Carolina with this growth index? You will notice that Sherwood-Githens Middle School ranks in the top 20 schools across North Carolina with their growth index. They increased by 12.01 percentage points. The other schools that we have listed on that blue box on the slide, we have 4 schools ranked in the top 20 on their growth: Early College, Carrington, Lakewood Middle, and Rogershurst Montessori. And then in the orange box, there are 20 schools that we celebrate that they are in the top 20% of the state's 2,531 schools for academic growth. We're extremely proud of that work. On the next slide, we just wanted to lift up in a celebratory way the 8 schools that moved from D to C. You can see them listed there: Creekside, Glen, Holt, Merrickmore, Oak Grove, Sandy Ridge, Carrington, and School for Creative Studies. And as we launch into Operation C or Better, our C schools are better under Dr. Mavinga's leadership. These schools are well on their way. They're there now as C schools. And on the next slide, we have further celebration. We have some schools that moved from C to B or better. And we celebrate Mangum, Moorhead Montessori, and R.N. Harris as having advanced into the B school category. And on the last slide, up until now, so that's how we look at our data. We're extremely proud of the work. Some of the factors that we started to capture really contributing to this work indeed are our school leaders, our teachers, our faculty, staff, our parents, and really embracing that all of our students have unlimited potential. You can see on here the focused work around school improvement teams, pushing in additional supports to schools, our school administrators doing a lot of school level monitoring, the district monitoring with walkthroughs and feedback, and providing targeted supports. And then, of course, on the right-hand column, some of the specifics that brought to reality these components with school level non-negotiables, really establishing realistic goals, ramping up and giving just great strength to our professional learning communities. Our teachers and school leaders have done tremendous work in that arena, creating intervention plans for students, working with professional development plans, designing and rewarding innovative incentive plans, and engaging our families in meaningful ways. So that is a summary of our work from last year, and I'm happy to pause and see if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pittman. This is exciting to see. I will, before I share my comments, open it up so that my colleagues can share theirs, comments or questions. Okay. Board Member Chavez.
I was gathering my thoughts. Thank you for this presentation. It's really exciting. I congratulate everyone on these results. And I want to say that I think this is a result of many things, but strong leadership. Dr. Mabenga, I thank you for your leadership, and this is just really exciting. I also, not to put your, call you out, but Dr. Stewart, the other day when we spoke about these results, I said, I don't remember my exact words, but these are great. And you said you're not satisfied. And I just love that energy. They are great, and we will continue to improve. So this is, leadership all through, our district. There's a lot to celebrate. I am looking a little bit at some of the schools that either rose in status or the B schools, and kind of crosswalking that with our Title I schools, because I think that's always important to note. It's to as a school work to counteract some of the effects of poverty is big work. And so I hope not to leave anybody out, but let's see, where's my slide? But RN Harris coming up to B status, all over the place here. Let's see, where is it? Yeah. And Holt, let's see, Oak Grove, Merrickmore, Glenn. We note that, we see that, that they're doing that work, and they're, supporting their students and families in really creative ways. And so I really want to shout out our leadership, and also just our willingness to be innovative and do and then evaluate. And I've seen that over this past year, see what we're doing, how it works, what do we need to improve. I really saw that with the EL Academy, and the ELL data is awesome as well. And I think that's great that we're coming up, just above the state average. The state average, we want to be a leader in that. So I just want us to continue to see those big jumps and keep doing, awesome things to support our ELL students and their families. One thing I just want to note is looking at the graduation rates here. I particularly noted the graduation rates for our Hispanic students. And as you pointed out, Dr. Pittman, our LEP students. And when I think about it, as I was looking at this, I was thinking, okay, so when we look at the data for Hispanic students, if we have 4 students, 1 of them is not graduating. And that pains me to think about that. And who might that student, they might have additional challenges that maybe the other 3 don't have. But I would just like to say, I'd really like us to continue to be creative and thoughtful and driven about supporting our Hispanic students, particularly at the secondary level, where they are more vulnerable to sometimes, if there are other challenges, to becoming disconnected. And obviously not all, but those who are not English proficient, who maybe more recently immigrated. There are other challenges with trying to acculturate and you know, do well in this educational system. So I just love us to think about those students as we move forward. But just awesome data, glad to see it, and we'll keep going. So thanks.
Chair Umstead?
I am happy to jump in next. Thank y'all for bringing this data. I started looking at last year and this year to see like we are making growth. And if you kind of look in the years past that we're making growth in kind of, I don't know, pre-COVID, pre-pandemic, stay-at-home times, like we're back at that level. And I hope both we have lots of celebrations to do. And I think about like the work that we also need to do moving forward. So I appreciated the last slide that really showed kind of where some of the key levers were for change. And I hope that we're leaning into that this year. I wanted to just be celebratory, but I feel like I can't. Because I also just went and looked into our, the disaggregated data is available on our website for everyone who's watching from home. So you can look at individual schools where Black students are in different groups. And I think as I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh yeah, we still got work to do, as Dr. Stewart said. So I want to celebrate, and I don't want to miss this moment, celebrate where we are, the growth that we've made. We know we are coming back from a once in a lifetime pandemic, a transitional year that in so many ways that we couldn't have anticipated, and our students are managing, our adults are managing in this time. And we also know that how can we continue to make really engaging educational spaces so that our students want to be at school. I think that's what I'm thinking about is my focus. How is learning fun and engaging, and it's relevant, it's culturally relevant to our students, so that we see more growth with our Black students, more growth with economically disadvantaged students, more growth in our Hispanic students moving forward. So thank y'all.
So I want to thank the data team that's here and that has brought so many incredible slides and so many different ways of cutting this data and looking at it as a picture. I want to acknowledge every single adult that had something to do with this growth and this progress, and especially our students who have sat for standardized testing, which is not the way to analyze or reflect school and learning in a qualitative way at all. And I want us, as we work as a district, to love our students, to bring joy into their day, to remember why our educators came into the classroom to begin with. It is not this flawed state metric system, but it is actually the daily relationship building and changing lives that is going on within school communities. And I especially want to speak to our schools that have been stigmatized by a flawed grading system that doesn't frankly just acknowledge that these schools that come up on these lists of shame actually just have students that need more support from us, the adults, from the educators, from our community. And so I look forward to ways that as you all work on non-negotiables, bring up disparate issues with equity and compassion, that we wrap around our whole child commitment that we have in Durham, that we don't cut out arts and we don't cut things that make school so fun. So that's the tension that I want to hold. And these schools that are on this list, the state put them on the list. We see you, we love you. Let us know how we can help you help the children that are in front of you. So that's how I feel about state letter grades and stigmatizing nonsense for this evening. But thank you for letting me speak.
Any additional comments, questions?
I have a comment.
Yes. Board Member Valladares.
I just want to thank our administration, and definitely, our teachers, our principals, but the leadership definitely, at the cabinet level. I definitely want to shout out, Dr. Mubenga's vision for a strategic plan that definitely, placed this strategic plan priority number one, front and center, and the ways that we have had, the level of accountability where our Office of Data and Research Accountability has been producing these numbers and letting us see where our gaps are. And how, Dr. Stewart, you came in and it's been less than a year, but you hit the ground running and you have been looking at that data and figuring out what do we need to do and where. The conversations around creating the EL Prep Academy, the conversations around virtual classrooms, the conversation around, what are the other ways that we need to, figure out initiatives. And I know that there's more ideas that will come. And I just want to tell you that, we are definitely watching this leadership, Dr. Mubenga, your cabinet, the ways that we have looked at the numbers, the ways that we continue to just keep tracking. It's not a perfect system, but it does track and it does give us something to look at. And so I just want to commend, our administration for being very receptive. I believe that there's more that through this data, through watching it and seeing where the growth is happening and where, we could add more growth, that maybe more initiatives will come. And I trust that, that is something that you will do, but I'm just encouraged by your leadership, in looking at other districts and hearing stories from other districts. I'm very aware that there are challenges for marginalized community members. I'm very aware that it is not easy, for many districts to also grapple with how to serve the most disenfranchised, the most marginalized community members, especially the children that, come to the schools, sometimes not having had pre-K, not having had early childhood education, not having had resources, and continue to grapple with a lack of resources and other things. And so I'm really grateful that even though Durham Public Schools doesn't yet have universal pre-K, that we have initiatives right now that we're working on, to meet kids where they're at today. And as we continue to build toward the future, I know our county is committed, to ensuring that we grow our programs, especially early childhood programs. But right now we're meeting kids where they're at. I'm really, really grateful. And also thank you so much for just a disposition to have us talk to admins. Sometimes it means a world of difference to just sit down and talk to a director. I've talked to Director Sashi Rayasam of the ESL department, and we have talked about, the graduation. What is the profile for the newcomers? Who are they? What is the profile in terms of that we're seeing in terms of the needs, in terms of, what are some of the challenges that our students are experiencing? And I know that there's more work to do. I do dream of a newcomer center. I do dream of a place, that can actually provide, one stop for families to come in and be able to get, the registration done in one place, their placements, as many things. I do dream of a location. But I know that there's other dreams as well in terms of the district, in terms of how we're meeting demand for space, the demand for how to triage and how to navigate, especially for language needs, cultural needs of being able to be culturally competent and understand the diversity of languages that we have in our district that are not just Spanish, that are Arabic, Pashto, Swahili, French. We have so many. And so I'm just very grateful that we as a district have looked at this data and decided to implement strategies, and that we continue to grow our numbers. I know that we still have work to do. I know that we really, really need our community partners in every step of the way. And so I just thank you all so much for doing that, for reaching out to community partners, for looking at the data. Most of all, I thank you for receptivity and for keeping track of these numbers and seeing where we need to implement innovation wherever it's needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member Valladares. Any additional comments or questions from board members? I won't take much more of our time because my brilliant colleagues have already shared many thoughtful comments. And I won't echo all of them, except that I am very excited about this. I'm very grateful for your leadership, Dr. Mabenga, Dr. Stewart, the rest of the cabinet and staff, and all of our amazing teachers in our schools and our students. The one thing that I'll add is I agree that with Board Member Byer that we should not, there should not be a stigma on our low performing schools and those that are not meeting growth. But I do see this as an opportunity for us to shine a beacon on those as a place where we should be dedicating additional support and resources. In my mind, that's how this data is useful. These are beautiful schools with beautiful educators and beautiful students, but they might need some different types of support and additional support. And that's where I'd like for our focus to be. We have only 6 schools that are not meeting growth. That's the lowest since 2016, which is one other reason to celebrate. But those 6 schools, I'd love for us next year to be at 0 schools not meeting growth, at least, right? And I think that we can get there on the path that we're currently on. So I think that that's all I'll share for this evening. And if there are no other thoughts from my other colleagues, we
I
can.
do want to say something. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Board
Yep.
Member Lewis.
I echo the same sentiments as my board colleagues. You all have done incredible this past year, thinking about our mission, our vision, truly igniting limitless potential. You did not allow virtual learning and COVID to keep these students from growing. I commend again every single person who dug in and kept digging. This work is purposeful. And to see that light shine, I know the joy of teaching children and seeing when they're growing and when they get it after time and time again. I know that feeling, that satisfaction from every educator. And I applaud you. I applaud the layered approach that the district has set forth with the initiatives. I do appreciate that last slide with, how do we get here? It's not always a direct correlation from A to B, but it's A plus B through K that gets us these type of results of growth, and there's still more work to do. I want to just highlight really quickly recent decisions from the Supreme Court of the US, SCOTUS, striking down affirmative action. We have to keep this growth mentality for our children, especially those who have been historically marginalized, those who are dealing with systemic issues that contribute to the achievement gap. We have to keep a light in these areas and use our resources, not just ourselves, but our community partners. I know we have a partnership with A+ testing and prepping. We need to make sure we're continuing that college readiness prep with the standardized testing because they're not going anywhere. Our kids have to be ready and know how to take the test and get the results because we know they're brilliant. There should be nothing taking away their barriers of or access. So I just want to say, keep doing what you're doing, prune some more because we know there are things to be tightened as well as we continue to achieve proficiency for all children and using these metrics to know which direction we need to go, the way y'all been doing it. So thank you again for this presentation. And however the board can help in messaging this, this presentation is everything. I'll just turn over the presentation and say, here, watch this video here. This is where we are, this is what we're doing. So thank you for this presentation, Dr. Pittman and team.
Thank you, Board Member Lewis. Another comment from Board Member Rogers.
So I'm going to join in everybody's celebration. I am so grateful for the work that our administrators, Dr. Mabenga, educators, and our students have put in. It is great to see all the hard work y'all have put in, turning out great results. I still look forward to seeing subgroup data for K-8, disaggregated, that's not presented here tonight. But I'm very impressed by what I've seen so far, and that must mean that the work we're doing in those K-8 grades is intentional in promoting success. So I'm very impressed.
Hello. All right. I just want to acknowledge that the subgroup data is available on the website and it's disaggregated, broken down by school. So if community members, we are not hiding that information. It will be a lot to include in the slides tonight, but that is available on our website. Okay. All right. Any other comments? Thank you so much, Dr. Pittman, for a beautiful presentation. Thank you, team. We appreciate you being here. Okay, the next item on our agenda is summary of follow-up items.
Thank you. There's an art to this, as we are all aware, and so I have requested assistance from my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Pittman and Mr. Johnson, in case I neglect any of the follow-up items. The first item I have is a request for an update on McKinney-Vento and families in transition. Number 2, follow up on how charter schools will affect Title I funding. Item 3, follow up on private schools. This, I think, absolutely. A request for a follow-up on schools or clusters of schools, private schools is what I have here, seeking Title I funds. So maybe I just kind of separated them out. Okay. And a request for the numbers for other comprehensive high schools, tracking the numbers that were provided for Hillside. Number 4, there was a lot of conversation around the CEP Title I piece, but I think the final takeaway that I got was that Dr. Mabanga was going to bring back to the board from his, after meeting with his administration, a recommendation. So all of the other commentary around what the board wanted to see, and my understanding was that that was all going to be handled by Dr. Mabanga through that process.
Look, all right. I think bringing the numbers, the
full chart.
So
Okay.
the plan, yes, the full chart for the impact of CEP for Title I with the dollar amount of saying this is the money that has been impacted. And then thinking about the list of new schools that will be CEP, what's the cost to do universal lunch and whatever that group of new schools would be?
Okay, all right, thank you. The next thing that I had on the CEP piece was a question regarding developing a formula or conditions that made based on potentially lost positions and potential lost dollars. And that would have been under the CEP also. And number 7, a suggestion that the Growing Together team provide online a roadmap of we are here so that people would not be expecting or thinking they were missing emails and would kind of know when their group or their region would be impacted, and just to know where the entire plan was implementation wise. And those are all the items that I have. Dr. Pittman, Mr. Johnson.
You've done beautiful.
So with that, I would move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Byer and seconded by both Chair Umstead and Board Member Valladares. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, let's go to a roll call vote, beginning with Ms. Lewis
Shivani Lewis, I vote aye.
and Ms. Valladares,
This is Alexandra Valladares, I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye also. It's unanimous. We move into closed session. Okay, we are back in open session. Dr. Mabenga?
All right. Board members, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated September 14th, 2023.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Byer, seconded by Board Member Rogers. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a vote. We'll do a roll call vote, starting with those that are virtual. Board Member Valladares,
This is Alexandra Valladares, I vote aye.
Board Member Lewis,
Javon Lewis, I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers,
Aye.
Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Board Chair Umstead,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chavez,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Approved unanimously. And with that, we are adjourned.